Good morning, Supervisor Elliott. This is Clerk of the Board, Rochelle. Are you able to hear us in board chambers?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty, are you able to hear me in board chambers?
Sure, I'll put this one together. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Are you able to hear us in board chambers?
I can hear you now on this phone, yes.
Good morning, everybody. This meeting is now called to order at 9 o'clock, and we will begin with a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. Supervisor Wynn, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. And for the record, this is the regular meeting of the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors of December 15th, 2020. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Supervisor Villapudua,
Present.
Supervisor Patty,
Present.
Supervisor Nguyen,
Here.
Supervisor Elliott,
Here on the phone.
and Chair Miller.
Here. Thank you. We have some recognitions and presentations this morning, this being our last meeting of the year. And the first one up is recognition of San Joaquin County Planning Commissioner Stan Morey. So I would ask the clerk of the board to introduce the item and read the recognition.
Thank you, Chair Miller. Our first recognition is of our outgoing Planning Commissioner, Stan Morey. And the board is presenting this certificate of recognition today to Stan Morey in recognition of his 34 years of service on the San Joaquin County Planning Commission. The board thanks you for your community involvement and your many contributions to the County of San Joaquin. And we congratulate and thank you this 15th day of December 2020. And Chair Miller, I believe that Stan Morey is going to participate telephonically this morning, but I have not confirmed if he's on the line yet or not.
Okay, let's see if we can confirm if Mr. Morey is on the line.
Mr. Morey, if you're able to hear us in board chambers, please go ahead and press *6 to mute or unmute your telephone. Not yet, Mr.
Okay, I'm going to ask the board for some comments. And Supervisor Elliott, perhaps you would like to kick this off since Mr. Morey has served as your planning commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and it's my pleasure to congratulate Stan Morey on his many years of service as Planning Commissioner. He was affectionately known as Planning Commissioner for life, and he certainly did spend a good part of his life serving as our Planning Commissioner. I've always been very proud and appreciative of the inputs that he's made at the Planning Commission meetings. He's always been very thorough, always prepared for the meetings, always brought a wealth of knowledge, and always brought a sense of humor to the job as well, which sometimes is very important in this line of work. So I would just like to thank Stan for his friendship and his service on the Planning Commission, and wish him the very best in the future.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty, would you like to make any comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And Stan, I'm really hopeful you can hear us, and there's a snag that prevents us from hearing from you at the moment. But 34 years of your service and commitment and dedication to our county, to individuals, to businesses, during incredible growth during those last 3+ decades, and the development that you have overseen and participated and been a steward through the Planning Commission. We are grateful and humbled by that level of service to this community that you and your family have given. So thank you, Stan. I look forward to a time in the very near future when we might be able to get together for lunch and just talk about many great things. But I just want to thank you and your family and wish you the very best Christmas and New Year in 2021.
Thank you. Supervisor Villapudua?
Thank you, Chair Miller. Stan, I had the pleasure of working with Stan for 8 years on the Planning Commission, and I can tell you that he was a great man and what a sense of humor, and he brought so much to the table. He had a wealth of knowledge. I can remember him reflecting on, an item that was 20 years ago, and he was a Planning Commissioner, and he always had good insight, and he gave me some really good advice, like, basically whenever there was an item, Miguel, drive out there, take a look, talk to the plan, talk to whoever has an idea in the county, and he always had words of wisdom. And I'm going to miss you, Stan, and I still talk to you, every once in a while, but I'm going to miss you on the Planning Commission, and hope you and your family have a Merry Christmas, and we'll stay in touch. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Nguyen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. having been a planning commissioner for just 3 years, obviously not over 30, but I can tell you that it's a challenging job, especially because individuals who are selected come from our community and certainly look to making sure that development fits the needs of our residents. So obviously over the years you've been kind of the linchpin through a variety of planning commissioners that you've had a chance to work with. And so I want to thank you for your service and certainly your contributions, and wish you the very best in retirement. And hopefully you enjoy it and have that lunch with Supervisor Patty.
Thank you. I would like to add my thanks to Mr. Morey. You know, local government really depends on everyday citizens stepping up to help us do the business of the people. And frankly, we couldn't do it without people volunteering their time. Mr. Morey's 34 years is by far the most significant contribution of personal time and energy that I have seen in as an elected official. It's critically important, and we thank everyone that serves on in an appointed role to our boards and commissions, task forces, all the different committees that really provide key input from the citizens to their government. So many thanks to Mr. Morey. Wish you all the best in retirement, and thank you again for all your years of service on our Planning Commission. I'm going to ask the clerk one more time. Has Mr. Morey joined us?
Madam Chair, not yet. He is attempting to contact the meeting by calling in. Staff is working with him right now, so if we do get confirmation, I'll let you know.
Okay, great. Thank you. Then let's move on to our next recognition, which is of our outgoing county administrator, Monica Nino. This is Ms. Nino's final board meeting today. She will be leaving us to take the helm at Contra Costa County shortly after the first of the year. So I'm going to ask the clerk to please introduce the item and read the recognition.
Thank you. We now have the recognition of outgoing County Administrator Monica Nino. Ms. Nino was born and raised in Stanislaus County and holds a bachelor's degree in accounting from California State University, Fresno, and a master's degree in public administration from California State University, Stanislaus. She began her career in local government in 1988 at the Stanislaus County Auditor Controller's Office, foregoing her dreams of working at a Fortune 500 company as she gained experience in Stanislaus County, and in 2011 was appointed the Chief Executive Officer for Stanislaus County. She was appointed the San Joaquin County Administrator in June of 2013. As County Administrator with San Joaquin County, Ms. Nino oversees 26 county departments, an annual operating budget of $1.9 billion, and over 7,400 employees. Ms. Nino also served on the Health Plan of San Joaquin, Sex Offender Management Board appointed by Governor Brown in 2012, the Council of Governments Management and Finance Committee, and previously on the iHub San Joaquin. On January 4th, 2021, she will begin the next chapter of her career as County Administrator for Contra Costa County, and will be the first female and first Hispanic County Administrator in Contra Costa County's 171-year history. The Board of Supervisors recognizes outgoing County Administrator Monica Nino for her dedicated service and leadership to the County of San Joaquin this 15th day of December 2020, and wishes her great success in her future endeavors.
Thank you. Ms. Nino, would you like to make some comments? We have another presentation, and then I think I'm going to have the board comments last. Would you like to make a few comments?
Definitely. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, board members. My success here in San Joaquin County is very much owed to the confidence and the trust that this board has had in me and my skill set. I could not have done it without the incredible leadership team of our department heads, and I'm grateful for the direction this board has given me, the guidance, because there's definitely been a lot of opportunities and successes, but there's also been a number of challenges. We've gone through a lot of change in the over 7 years that I've been here, and I'm grateful for it. I'm thankful for the support this board has provided me. And I leave this county better than the way I found it, and I feel very proud of that. I leave an incredible chief administrator's office team, and a number of them are in this audience today. They are both capable, hardworking, and competent, and I am grateful for them. And they're probably some of the hardest individuals that I am going to definitely miss, and also making my decision to go to Contra Costa. That was probably one of the most difficult pieces that came into play in my decision. So I thank this board, and I am grateful for the many opportunities that this board has put before me and the trust you've had in me. So thank you.
Thank you. At this point, I'm going to ask Chief Martell if he would like to come to the podium. Chief Martell has a presentation.
If I may. Good morning, board. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to say a few words. To first of all, congratulate our county administrator that will be leaving us. I'd like to just say a few things. First of all, as a fire chief for a fire district for many, many years now, I've been able to have the privilege to have other county administrators, starting to show my age, but she's our third administrator that I was able to work with so far, and she's been the best when it came down to acknowledging special districts, especially fire districts. I'm extremely grateful the understanding and the compassion that she gave toward our districts, especially mine, Montezuma Fire, which is in regards to the Stockton Airport and the unincorporated areas of Southeast Stockton. There's so much that I can go on and say, but I want to state that I'm thankful that you were with us for the time you were. I wish you were here for the remainder of my career. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. But with that said, I'd like to present you with an award from the department. Yes. It says it presents Monica Nino in appreciation of all your support to the fire service and the Montezuma Fire District. Greatly appreciated. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come up here and say a few words.
Thank you, Chief.
We greatly miss.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask for board members' comments now. Supervisor Elliott, would you like to kick us off?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and congratulations, Ms. Nino, for an outstanding record of service here. I think that the thing that is your most significant accomplishment and the thing you'll be best remembered for is starting in about 2014 and every year since then, you've been able to bring a structurally balanced budget for board approval. And it's always been a sustainable budget. And I think that is so important. I think that's probably the most important strategic priority that we've had. And you've done a great job of managing our finances throughout the time that you've been here. So I greatly appreciate that. I greatly appreciate the team that you put together. I'm sure that we'll be well served by them far into the future. Thank you for your years of service and best wishes in your new job in Contra Costa County.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Wynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yesterday, I had a conversation with our recruiter, and my first question is, can we clone you? Because obviously, you're the epitome of what a CEO or CEO should be for counties. I would say that, you know, I appreciate certainly your recognition of the board and your staff, but I can also say that you can have the most talented individuals in place, but unless there's a leader who's willing to grow them, to coach them, mentor them, and certainly provide a strong message as to not only what their role is, but certainly to the board in regards to our role and the things that we need to be aware of when we make our decisions. My 6 years here, I've learned a lot from you. I appreciate your openness, and more importantly, when I've come to you in regards to particular issues that have come up for my constituents, I always appreciate that you handled them and took care of them with the departments, et cetera. And that's critical because, we can talk a good game, but it's the action that really matters. And so I want to certainly thank you from me and certainly my district in regards to your advocacy, because I talk to others and I serve on other boards around the state, and I would say that, and obviously by virtue of your selection by Contra Costa and knowing some supervisors over there, and I also know that there are other counties that were looking to recruit you. It's just a mark of excellence in regards to what you've done here, and certainly what other counties. I've used the term before, but it only applies to certain special individuals. The sports approach to franchise player, an individual who is such a star that no matter where they go, that particular team will excel. I firmly believe that when you go to Contra Costa, and I know it's a well-run county, but as you did here, I think you'll take it to new levels. And I'm excited for you because I think I know that this is something you've been looking forward to for a long time, and I'm glad that you've been able to achieve that particular goal, because obviously sometimes it doesn't work out. But more importantly, I look forward to hearing from especially my Contra Costa supervisors on what a great job you're doing. So thank you for all that you've done here. Thank you for building a team that we can rely on. Whoever the new CEO is, we can hopefully continue on at the level that you've provided. So thank you and congratulations, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you. Supervisor Villaputua?
Sure, thank you, Chair. Well, Monica, first of all, congratulations on your new job. I think you're going to love living in the Bay Area. And on a personal level, I just want to thank you. When I first started, you were always very helpful, and you've been continuing to be helpful. You've always answered my calls and returned my emails, and you're a wealth of knowledge. I mean, it's amazing to me. I've told several people this, that I can't believe how sharp she is. I can ask her any question, and she can give an answer on the spot. And very rarely do you say, "Let me look into it," because this is your field, and you're the quarterback, and you've done a great job of leading this team. You've always made us look good. Your budgets are always on, in touch, and you've done a great job for this county. And I really want to thank you, and I wish nothing but the very best for you and your family. Thank you for everything you did for us.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Gosh, Monica, I really wish I was there so I could give you some eye contact here versus through the computer screen. But, I have to say the diversity of responsibilities and the departments within a local government are so vast with so many interests and concerns, oftentimes colliding with varied priorities, but to manage and oversee all of that is, and all that's needed, while also juggling, of course, new challenges as it arises. I truly appreciate not only your willingness to take on all of these issues, big and small, but I've enjoyed watching and really learning from your executive level of engagement and management, and your service to this community that we are all lucky, blessed to, and privileged to serve. So I truly respect and appreciate you. Wish you all of the best of luck and continued success over in Contra Costa, and look forward to taking you out to lunch sometime, and you might be around as well. Why not? Lunches are free. So they're on me. You're more than welcome anytime to come on back and just have a great conversation about how things are where you are, and just truly wishing you the best in the future. Cheers.
Thank you. Monica, I want to say it's been a real pleasure working with you for the last 6 years. I think more than anything else, the thing that I appreciate so much from you is your willingness to be honest with your elected officials. Far too many chief administrators are not. They test the political wind before they speak. You have always honored your board by providing your honest analysis and your honest assessment. And I think that that is part of why this board has been in alignment on so many tough decisions. And so I hope you continue that, because there's too few chief executives that do that. And I think we would have more transparent and we would have more accountable government if that were the case. When you came, the county was really still reeling from the recession, the Great Recession. Reserves had been depleted, our workforce had been depleted, our service delivery had been depleted. We weren't in a great spot. And you were charged with righting that ship. And we rebuilt our reserves 2 years ahead of schedule. We're one of the only government entities that made the decision to make additional contributions to our unfunded pension liability. No small decision, but through your leadership, the board came to understand how that impacted the entire organization, not just our retirees, not just our employees, but every part of the organization. And you are leaving the county in a much better place. You've brought on a strong team of department heads. We've rebuilt many, most if not all of our departments. Our level of service is greatly increased from where it was 7 years ago when you came here. And so for that leadership, I really thank you on behalf of the people of San Joaquin. We are now in a position to really take this organization to another level as well. And that's because we do have the financial stability to base those decisions on. So thank you. I have learned a tremendous amount from working with you, and I really appreciate it. And I wish you all the best. San Joaquin's loss is definitely Contra Costa's gain in this particular case, but I know you'll continue to partner with us on a lot of key issues that impact this region of California. So thank you very much. We do have a plaque for you. Unfortunately, it is being held hostage by the Christmas mail, and it is apparently being held in Tracy at the FedEx Center. So we will get it to you, and it will be before Christmas, but thank you for your patience and for all your hard work over these years. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. I feel so lucky to have been able to spend some time here in San Joaquin County, and I wish the county all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim, do you want to do a photo real quick before everybody leaves? Perhaps, Monica, if you want to come down into the well, maybe bring your plaque from the chiefs. And you want us to stand? Probably better if we sit, isn't it? Stand, okay. Want to come up, and I know you have to be a little distanced, but if you want to come up, we'll get a picture. Thank you. Thank you, Tim. Okay. Did Mr. Morey, was he able to join us? Would he like to make a few comments or no?
No, Madam Chair, I apologize. He has not been able to connect. He has tried, and we've tried to reach out to him to get him connected, but for whatever reason,
Okay.
technology's not playing along today.
All righty. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and any matters listed on the consent agenda. Public comments, we're asking to be limited to 250 words or less, and can be submitted by sending an email to sjcpubliccomments@sjgov.org. So I would ask the clerk to read any public comments received on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 2 comments to read during public comment, and then I have 1 comment that was requested to be read after the COVID discussion. So the 2 that I'll be reading now, the first one is anonymous and writes, "Shame on those of you who defy the order to wear a mask full time. With leaders like you, how can you expect the workers of this county to comply? You should be ashamed of yourselves. The very least you can do is wear a mask at all times. When you don't, all you are showing is that you truly don't care for your fellow man. That's what masks do, protect others from you." The next comment is also anonymous and exceeds the 250 words, so I will read the first 250 words of the comment. And this person writes, "Nationwide, public health is holding the reins on the COVID-19 response. To date, the response has caused more suffering and destruction than the virus, and there has not been an adequate or appropriate course correct. This pandemic is all based on numbers, active cases, positive tests, and deaths, yet the numbers are incorrect, and I am requesting that you vote to construct a bioethics panel to evaluate the PCR test results and its validity. I am requesting this be added to the agenda at the next county and city meetings. In case you are unaware, the PCR test created by Mr. Mullis was created to amplify small pieces of DNA. It was not created to be used as a diagnostic tool, but rather to be used as a technique for exponentially multiplying, quote, amplifying, end quote, small pieces of DNA. The PCR has been misused by proceeding with tests that amplify the samples past their point of validity, making the results present false positives. To date, there has been a total of 31,784 cases of COVID-19, with a total of 3,671 quote, active cases, end quote, as per San Joaquin County COVID-19 dashboard, and with a total population of over 772,000 residents, that accounts to roughly 4% of our county having COVID-19. And while any life lost is tragic, with 535 deaths, that accounts to a 0.006% death rate, and yet we are completely wiping out all your constituents. You realize we are the ones who pay your tax, who pay your check, the taxpayers. And Madam Chair, that concludes the current public comments at this time.
Thank you. I would also just like to state for the public that the board does wear masks when we are on the 6th floor. The reason why we pull them down when we are here on the dais is so that our comments can be adequately picked up for the recording and can be understood by the public participating online. So rest assured, we have very strict mask wearing requirements here on the 6th floor, and the board does adhere to all of those.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I apologize. I believe that we may have Stan Morey on the phone now at this time.
Great. Mr. Morey, if you can hear us, if you would like to make a few comments, we would love to hear from you.
Mr. Morey, if you're able to hear us and can press *6 on your phone to possibly unmute the phone.
Okay.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
That's all right. Okay, we're going to move on. We do not have any minutes for approval today. We do have some appointments to boards and commissions. So I'm going to ask Supervisor Patty if you have recommendations in the form of a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have the following recommendations. Appointment of 2 positions to the Workforce Development Board. I have 1 Youth Education Local Education Agency representative, position number 7215, Jamie Muslimas. I also have 1 at-large business representative, position number 7208.4, and I will ask that the clerk of the board re-advertise. Madam Chair, that is all. I make this in a motion to approve these recommendations.
I will second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Villa-Pudua?
Yes.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Yes.
Supervisor Elliott?
Yes.
And Chair Miller?
Yes. Okay, that is approved 5-0. Next up is our COVID discussion and briefing. So I'm going to ask Dr. Park to come down, please. Good morning, Dr. Park.
My presentation this week is briefer than last week's because I did explain last week our stay-at-home order and what came with that. So this week I'll just be going over some statistics with you. This is our current EPI curve, and that was the number of confirmed COVID cases that we had in the county as of yesterday. This morning, that number has been updated to 32,641 confirmed cases, and we've had 537 deaths. I do believe that the last time I presented this EPI curve to you, the bars on the right side of this curve looked about the same, or they were approaching the highest bars that we had back in the summertime. But as we backfill and we put in more data, you'll see that we have far surpassed our summertime peak on many days, reaching 700 confirmed cases even on a single given day. So this is definitely multifactorial, but in part due to Thanksgiving that we're seeing that. And you will see that on the right side again, the lower bars are just not very accurate because we will have to continue to backfill as data is sitting in the staging area. Statewide, this is an issue as more and more people test because more and more people are sick. This is our curve that we always get from our EMS agency, which I show every time that I'm here. And just about a month ago, we were concerned about this peak of hospitalizations, the blue line swerving upward, and we were worried that it was going to pass the peak of 262 patients we had at the end of July in our 7 area hospitals, and we have now passed that. We passed it as of Friday, so the peak of July was 262. We now have 299 people in our area hospitals, so basically about 300 people hospitalized currently for COVID. The red line is our line of people who are in the ICUs, and we have 73 patients in ICU right now with 52 of them on ventilators. Our ICUs are definitely being utilized, and they are currently averaging a capacity of about 117%. It's been about 120% in the last few days. As of yesterday, 117% of our ICUs were being utilized as far as the beds, the ICU beds and the capacity that we measure. Out of the ICU capacity and the beds being utilized, are taken up 63% of them by COVID patients. So we are now in the stay-at-home regional order for the second week as a region with the San Joaquin Valley, and I just show you the numbers that have posted daily as far as what the ICU capacity regionally has been, and you'll see that on a couple of occasions we've gone all the way down to 0%. Yesterday, as a region, we were at 0% remaining available ICU capacity in the region. And again, anything below 15% gets you to the stay-at-home order. So we are definitely well below 15%. And today's numbers are going to show that we've had a tiny bit of an increase, but still quite low, and it'll be in the ones. This is the top picture is the picture of the COVID-19 ca.gov website, the way it looks, because as we know, it's updated on Tuesdays, and so it hasn't been updated yet. It will be updated at noon or somewhere around that time. So last week, as of December 8th, we had a COVID case rate of 24.4, adjusted as 27.3, and a positivity rate of 10.8. I do want to share with you what's getting posted today, and you'll see that in the light blue line beneath that picture. We are all the way up to now a case rate of 68.4. So tremendous increase just since last week. We were adjusted downward this time to 55.2 because 68.4 was multiplied against a coefficient of 0.86. As you can see, we tested well above the state mean in the past week at 502.8. So we have increased our testing efforts tremendously, and you will see that we are well above the median. However, even with that positive adjustment to a downward adjusted case rate, we are at a case rate of 55. And as you recall, when we were in the red tier, we had to be below a case rate of 7 per 100,000 population. So it just shows that we are like the rest of the state in the midst of a big surge. And our testing positivity countywide is 15.1%, and our health equity quartile 15.7%. I do want to show you how on Snapshot it will give you a percent increase, and it tells us that we have had this 35% increase in our testing capabilities. So if you look at the bars, you can see how the state is tracking our testing capabilities, and just wanted to show you that that's one positive note, that we have definitely increased our testing. This is the our effective, as all of the state hired data scientists have been calculating and is available to the public on CalCat. Statewide, the R effective is 1.19, and for the county, we're now at 1.4. And I know it's hard to see, but if you were to look at the red, it just says that it's a sign that we have rapidly increasing transmission here in our county. So well above that mark of 1.0 or below that we've been striving to achieve all along. This is taken off of another app that's given to us by the state. And I just clipped some of the most recent dates. So the state has given us dates up to the week of 11/29 to 12/5. And if you look at the last 2 dates that have been posted, you'll see what our average testing turnaround time is. It's somewhere in the 2s. So 2 days, 2 to 3 days is our average testing turnaround time. Of course, this is across all of the testing being done in the county, whether it's at one of our free test sites, one of our state-sponsored testing sites, or our hospitals, or even the testing being done at our own lab at Public Health. And so if you'll note, I did clip that a week in August when we were really surging back in the summertime, and you'll see that back then our testing turnaround time was a lot worse at 5.22 on average days. And so we have had our testing turnaround become faster. I'm still hearing stories about people who did a test a couple weeks ago and still haven't received their results. And that appears to have been a problem with one of the labs that one of our test sites was affiliated with. And that, I believe that is being resolved because that test vendor is no longer utilizing that lab company. So we will hopefully get this down even lower. We're just a bit slower than the statewide average of testing turnaround time. And I also want to draw your attention to the numbers to the right. which shows you the number of tests that were being done around August at 15,000, and we're close to 20,000 tests being done now a week in our county. So we have made some strides there. So I just want to remind you that, of course, you need no reminder. I'm sure you're reading in the news that the Pfizer vaccine was FDA approved with an emergency use authorization. It did have to go through the rigorous vaccine life cycle for approval. So this is just to show the public that all safety steps were taken to get this EUA, and we're now in the purple phase, where continuous monitoring and research will be done as the vaccine gets administered. So we now have that FDA EUA, and also across the western states that banded together to create a safety work group. That safety work group on the 12th as well looked at the FDA's approval process and felt that it was safe and recommended it unanimously. And so based on that, the state has initiated a new campaign called Vaccinate All 58. So 58 counties are receiving the first initial shipments of Pfizer vaccine in the coming weeks. You will have heard that a few places did receive vaccine as early as yesterday. I think there were 4 or 5 sites. A hospital in Sacramento, the UC Davis system, San Francisco, San Diego, and Eureka. The bulk of the other first recipients are receiving vaccine today, and then there are some that will be receiving vaccine tomorrow out of that very first 327,000 doses coming to California. So it's very exciting times and very good news. And San Joaquin County Public Health Services has received our vaccine earlier today, as of this morning, and we will be dispensing it to our 7 area hospitals. And so very soon you will be seeing that our healthcare workers are going to be getting vaccinated this week. So it's good news, and the rollout has begun. And that was my last slide, and happy to take questions.
Dr. Park, I have a quick question on the vaccine. I understand that initially, as we're vaccinating healthcare workers, the vaccine is going to be distributed to hospitals, we're going to get the vaccine into the medical system so that the healthcare workers can be vaccinated. What's the plan for everybody else in terms of going forward? And I know that there's still some question on the timeline in terms of, when the rollout will be, but what is our actual plan for making sure that the vaccine is distributed equitably and it is going to be available to everybody as soon as their category is able to get it?
Thank you, Chair Miller, for the question. It's so incredibly complex to stay on top of all of this. The state is in constant communication with all the counties now that this vaccine has been rolled out, and we're expecting Moderna as early as next week as well, with additional shipments of Pfizer next week. So how to get through all of the folks in Phase 1A, the details are still being worked out, and we get bits and pieces on a daily basis. So yes, our acute care hospitals are going first with their healthcare workers in our acute care hospital settings. The state has made a decision to reserve some of the next allotments that are coming to the state for our skilled nursing facilities, which will, the plan is to have them vaccinated the week of December 28th. So day by day, we are learning more and we are following direction from the CDPH. And that's what we've heard so far. The details are worked out. We are collecting the names. We are calling the centers that need to be vaccinated, and the plans are getting worked out day by day.
So basically then the state is developing the rollout, and they're letting us know where we need to get the vaccines to next, or is that only in this initial phase, and then as we go forward, it'll be up to us to figure out, okay, well, this next group of individuals are eligible. What's the best way in our particular county to make it accessible?
Yes, so the state is directing the rollout of the vaccine and giving us direction as to when to start vaccinating certain groups. So it's very much controlled. However, still at the county level, we do have a plan, we have a framework. And as we take direction from the state, we still have to figure out exactly how in our county we are going to implement what the state is asking us to do. So, for example, the state says that this very first shipment will go to your acute care hospitals. Locally at Public Health, we put a lot of work into developing a plan as to how we were going to get it to our 7 area hospitals, how many each hospital was going to get. We've been interacting with them regularly. Each of them has a liaison. We've been in talks with them. Lots of education on how this vaccine is stored, refrigerated, administered. So that's all on us. As I said, the next rollout that the state has planned is for our skilled nursing facilities. That is a separate plan, a federal plan, where the skilled nursing facilities will be vaccinated by Walgreens and CVS. So very interesting, during that week, all other shipments will be partially on hold, as that rollout will go to the pharmacies. A small portion of it will be saved, whatever is excess, for public health and other jurisdictions and hospitals that are on the list to receive. So we don't control the amount we receive. This is all being dictated by the state. Within phase 1A, yes, we have to determine how to get it out there and who is going to actually be on the ground vaccinating.
Great. Can we ask then that going forward as this rolls out, that becomes part of our update so that the board is aware of how many doses have gone out, where they've gone to, where they're going next, that sort of thing, so that we're in the loop on what the plan is?
Certainly. Thank you.
That'd be great. Thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Park? Supervisor Wynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that information that you sent me in regards to masks. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
It was, as I read through it, it was interesting because one of the examples they used is quote, justification or the effective mask was the 2 hairstylists. I don't know if you read that. 30 days, they were infected, they wore masks. They continued their hairstyling salon for 30 days, and there were no cases that resulted from that, which, okay, I understand what they're saying is, that masks can be effective. I kind of took it another way, is that if that's true, why are we closing hair salons and nail salons and barber shops? Because obviously what they portrayed from the CDC was that masks work and you can continue to operate, with obviously precautions. So anyway, but I thank you for that, and I appreciate the information. Have you heard of the Barrington Declaration petition?
No, I have not.
Okay. The reason I asked that is because it was a study done by basically some scientists, epidemiologists from Harvard, Oxford, and I think Stanford. And anyway, it's currently, as I look at, it's been signed by over 10,000 medical and public health scientists, almost 28,000 medical practitioners, and 505,000 concerned citizens. And essentially what this study did was it argued that lockdowns and all the non-pharmaceutical solutions to the pandemic have not been effective. And I won't go into a lot of detail, but what it essentially shows is that, no matter where it's been a country or state that's been very restrictive in regards to protections or procedures, or they pretty much opened up, with limited restrictions. The numbers are almost the same. It just, there is no predictability as to what you do and the outcome. I understand, masks do prevent a certain amount of the virus escaping into the room or this board meeting or whatever. But on the other side of it, as you talk about the numbers, and certainly from the original spring outbreak and the summer outbreak and now, our current outbreak. I think since the summer, and certainly I knew people took it seriously from March, but obviously more people are aware of the potential risk. Our numbers are through the roof. And again, the question is, if all these restrictions, which this state has been one of the most restrictive, have been effective, then why are we experiencing this when all these procedures and lockdowns and closures and all these things have been in place? And my point, and I've talked about this before, and obviously I'm not a medical person, but from what I've seen or read is that, we as a government and other entities, state, federal, there is all this discussion, and don't get me wrong, I appreciate your presentation, certainly the facts as statistics you present them, but we always talk about numbers, whether it be cases or hospitalizations or ICU or all these things. We talk about those. We never talk about the other side of it. And I think my fellow board members, I'm sure probably the CEO, I know you have. I know you get a lot of emails and telephone calls, et cetera, as Mr. Dieterich does. But what's sad from my vantage point is we never talk about the consequences. We never talk about the impact. And this is part, and I've asked this before, but we do all this testing, almost 20,000 tests in a week. And what does that tell us? I mean, it tells us we have a number and we have a ratio or a percentage. But, for example, New York just announced through their studies that about 70% of the transmission were in large gatherings, probably as you talked about, Thanksgiving, et cetera. But out of that same statistical analysis, 1.42% came from restaurants. And of those, most of them came from employees and not from customers. And then I believe Dr. Galley last week commented when asked the question about the science on restaurants, et cetera. His comment was to the effect, well, it's not really the science. It's a way to keep people from going out. In other words, keeping people home. So if they don't go out to eat, et cetera. So, some restaurants are being very creative. And what's sad to me is these restaurants, I talked to a restaurant owner about a month ago, and as in November, he'd lost over $6 million in revenue because of all the restrictions. And I'm sure by now, with these additional restrictions, he's probably lost at least $7 or $8 million. And I just am just really concerned about the lack of balance in regards to our discussions as to not just the numbers. And again, I don't know if our problem in San Joaquin County is restaurants, if it's retail, if it's family gatherings, if whatever it is, I don't know. And I think if we're going to do all this testing, and I understand that the challenges with contact tracing, because a lot of people don't want to share their information, I get it. But there has to be some information that's gathered, and among that information, whatever we get, it would seem to me we could provide some statistical evidence as to where these things happen. And if it's 70% in family gatherings or large gatherings or whatever it happens to be, okay, that's fine. But again, it seems like sometimes we're just flying blind and we're just throwing these regulations out, hoping that good things happen. They're not, obviously. And then the last comment I'll make, and I could go on about this, just all the stuff I read is just mind-boggling. But the thing is that the vaccine, Dr. Fauci was saying the other day that for us to go back to normal, we have to have at least, I think, 70 to 85% of the population vaccinated. Well, I'll tell you, I know a lot of people who don't want that vaccine because there have been health consequences as a result. And so what I see coming down the road, and unfortunately, we keep talking about, moving the goalposts. I see a time, especially now that there's a concern about the privacy issue, about being vaccinated, and then a certification, some type of electronic, method by which you can determine whether somebody's been vaccinated or not. I see somebody coming down the road, and what's going to happen is if you're not vaccinated, you can't go on a plane, or you can't go here, you can't go there, you can't go to school, you can't do this or whatever. I just think, that we're really just going way out there in regards to disadvantaging and maybe just destroying individual liberties where people, and I know you're, especially from your expertise and experience and specialty, I know you're completely aware of the debate in regards to vaccination of children. And so the question arises is, are we going to get to a point as a government that we're going to mandate that to live and to be normal again, you've got to get vaccinated? I just think that's just a way too far, because whether it be for religious reasons, whether it be for concern about the safety of the vaccine or the effectiveness, I just think we're going down this path to a point where we might as well just throw it in and say, okay, whatever you want us to do. And I think, to be honest with you, I see businesses, I see restaurants, I see the elaborate outdoor settings that in Ripon, for example, in Lodi and places like that. I was in the Bay Area the other day, and I just can't tell you the money that's been invested. Even restaurants that have completely replaced their heating and air conditioning filtration systems, thousands of dollars, to follow the rules that have been provided. And yet there seems to be a disconnect at the state level, for sure, in regards to the impact that they're having on businesses. And I just don't think that we've really paid any attention to the rest of the world other than just concentrate on the virus. Whether it be, I know you hear all these things. Parents are just devastated over their child's education. I'm not just talking about TK to 12th grade. I'm talking about even college students, that are having to distance learning, et cetera. I think we're just, I'm not sure we'll ever recover. And this generation of students who are missing a year of school, and I know some talking about, we're not going to be normal till 2022. I don't know. But we are, in my opinion, destroying our society at all levels by virtue of this. And I truly think, as has been talked about by the experts, not me, that most pandemics run the course in about 70 days. I get the hospital situation. I get the ventilator situation. I get all that. The point is government is supposed to work with the public and the private sector, obviously, in regards to addressing those needs. When we have floods, what do? We bring all kinds of equipment. We bring sandbags. We do all kinds of things. If we have fires, we bring in just tons of equipment and firefighters from all over the United States. We focus on the problem and provide the best solution. In this particular case, what I see a lot of is they put the burden on the public. It's our responsibility, and if the numbers go up, it's our fault. I don't agree with that. I think it's our fault as government, and I talk about government at all levels. So, again, I want to thank you. I know you have a challenging job, and I understand it, but I'm just totally frustrated, and my constituents are just rabid about this whole thing. And frankly, if one were to go out there, the question arises, how many are really following the rules? Because they've gotten to a point with the example of some of our leaders in regards to dismissing these restrictions on their own, and then requiring all of the rest of us to obey is becoming a challenge in regards to complying. So again, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty? Do you have any questions for Dr. Park?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a couple of questions. First, I have a suggestion. A constituent reached out to me, and they had suggested that we take a look at the Napa Valley or Napa County dashboard versus the San Joaquin County dashboard, and their impression. And looking at it, it seemed a little bit more informative and a little more accessible with information. So I would encourage you and your team to take a look at the Napa County COVID dashboard. I do have a question for you. We have a 35% increase in testing. Is that correct? That's what I saw on one of the graphs?
I didn't calculate the actual percentage of increase in testing, but that would appear to be about correct. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. So then, and we're averaging a 2 to 3 day return on the results. And here's my challenge. I know we've discussed this in the past, and as Supervisor Wynn points out, and all of us have heard directly, and you as well, we all know the frustration that is abound. As you may know, I tested positive 11 days ago now, and thankfully I had results within hours, which prevented me from getting together with a girlfriend and further risking and exposing other people, which unfortunately would have 100% happened. But because I did get some quick results, I immediately self-isolated, risking no one, and that stopped me being a super spreader. In fact, that evening I was supposed to go to a office Christmas party, and even though I had a slight little maybe something, of course we all want to go have a good time, and I wasn't sick with a fever or flu, the symptoms weren't that mature yet. So the real challenge I have is that we're still looking at a 2 to 3 day average, and my question for you would be, and it continues to arise, is what can we do to get information back to the people that are tested within hours, not days? Like you, I've also heard in some instances up to 10 or 12 days, somebody has been waiting for test results from a local school. So, even if I had 2 or 3 days of exposure while waiting to get my positive result, I would have exposed a multitude of people, and that seems to be the case of what's going on rather frequently throughout the world, for that matter. So the real question is, what can we do to increase the information and the results so that people like me or people that aren't as lucky as me to get results so quickly are able to be informed and stop spreading to others?
Thank you. And I think, Chair Miller, that I'd like to start by addressing some of Supervisor Wynn's comments and then maybe getting to Supervisor Patty's questions, because I took some notes as Supervisor Wynn was speaking. So first of all, you started off by talking about this petition and the studies that have been done and how maybe our non-pharmaceutical interventions may not be as useful as we were hoping. I will say that Dr. Fauci still preaches the masking, the social distancing, and the washing of hands. In fact, in recent interviews, he is really preaching 5 things, which is wearing the masks, keeping your distance, washing your hands, not congregating, and remembering that being outdoors is always better than indoors. So the masking evidence, you can find evidence both ways. You can find evidence that maybe some of the things we're doing are not effective. But when you look at areas of the country that have taken more of a serious approach at these interventions, I do feel that you can see that there's a difference compared to those that did not take masking seriously early on. So yeah, it looks terrible that we're surging again despite everyone wearing their masks and everyone doing their best, but I think it could be even worse if we were not wearing our masks. We're having a very good flu season, and I think some of that is because everyone's wearing their masks and keeping their social distance. Flu is down. So it's effective for respiratory viruses in general. So I just want the public to understand that at this point, we do ask you from the public health standpoint to continue to really honor those messages of the masking and the distancing. It's the only tools we have. Sure, we have sandbags for floods and we have water for fire. We don't have those sorts of tools. And so, yes, the public has to do their part in this situation when it comes to this pandemic. When it comes to certain businesses being closed, I would agree with you, Supervisor Wynn, that some of it seems arbitrary, and I can't say that I 100% agree with everything that the state has put forward, but we do our best to honor the law. And I think that if everyone were to honor the law and were to do things the way we had asked them to, we would get through this faster. And that's the reality, is that if we continue to mirror not following the rules, we are asking for people to not follow the rules, and we won't get through this pandemic if we don't mask, if we don't social distance. As for restaurants, those that have put a lot of work and a lot of money into creating an outdoor environment, I really, really want to thank them for doing that, because they were doing their best. And I would encourage the public to please, if you're going to buy food, takeout or delivery, give your business to businesses that have been following the rules. I beg of people to do that. You know who they are. You know what the rules are. Go to the restaurants that are following the rules. They deserve your money. The state has said to us that when they rank the outbreaks the way that the data goes into them, number one is our skilled nursing facilities. That is so for our county as we continue to do our contact tracing and looking at our 202 outbreaks to date. Most recently, it's in our long-term facilities, such as our skilled nursing facilities. The state says number two is other, and other would include gatherings. When we call maybe an average 150 people a day with our contact tracers, on average about 30 of them will admit to us that they've been to a large gathering. Number three, the state says, is restaurants. According to the data they're collecting, that is the number three biggest group of outbreaks. In our county, we've had 5 outbreaks in restaurants. It doesn't seem that large, but a very difficult number to track. As we look at restaurants, the reason why we were able to find 5 is because it occurred in their employees. It's very hard to say someone's been to a restaurant and picked up COVID there. How would you know? And so that is the problem. It's very, very difficult for someone to know where they really got COVID. So the majority of cases when we call them are people who say they still don't know where they got it. You're right, we need about 70% of this country vaccinated to get to herd immunity, and that needs to be the message, is to not have that fear. There have been some effects, adverse effects reported through the first phase 1, 2, and 3 clinical trials, the biggest one being pain at the injection site. And that's common with any shot you're going to get, is pain at the injection site. Interestingly, not so much the swelling and the redness. There's also headaches, there's muscle aches, fever, and chills with Pfizer. Some of the same sort of adverse side effect profiles for Moderna. But we're seeing that it's very safe overall. The FDA, as they reviewed it, did say that anyone who's had a history of a severe anaphylactic reaction should probably not take the vaccine or be first in line for it. But the FDA is going to be really, really following this, and we encourage people to take the vaccine. And when they do, to enroll in this new system called V-Safe. V-Safe is being rolled out by the CDC and the ACIP as a way for people to enroll, say that they got the vaccine, and then they will get text messages, and they will be followed for several weeks to see if they developed any adverse side effects. And this is the way we're really going to know the safety profile. I don't think that at this point there's any intention by the government to make this an enforceable vaccine, not for children or not for anyone as far as I know. Of course, I could be wrong, and time might change that, as we know that now Tdap is something that you have to get to go to 7th grade. But at this point, that is not the message. The message is vaccines are here. It's good news. We should be happy. We should be excited, because that's our way out of this. It's what we've been waiting for, and it's our way out of this pandemic, is to get the vaccine. When it's your turn, that is, if you take the vaccine, we're going to get to that 70%, and I have every confidence that we'll do it here as long as we keep messaging that. With Supervisor Patty's comments, yes, Supervisor Patty, you are correct. If we could get our turnaround times down to a day or less, you would know right away that you have COVID, and you would not get others infected. That is upon our lab. It's incumbent upon all of the labs across the state to really get that turnaround time down. So those people who are waiting on test results who have symptoms that might be COVID should know that they should still be isolating. You don't isolate when you get your test result and you see that it's positive. You start your isolation when you have symptoms and you think you might have COVID. That's what the public needs to understand. There is the Perkin-Elmer lab in Valencia, which the governor has touted as having the ability to do 150,000 PCR tests a day. And we are looking into ways to utilize that through an MOU with the state. That's on the table. Initially, the state was looking at just having us set up testing mobile sites or fixed sites around the county, partly on our dime and partly with the use of staff that we don't have to do the test. Well, now they're saying we need to use this site in Valencia more, and they're offering different types of contracts, the kind where you could do self-collect swabs. I could swab an entire building, for example, and send them down to Valencia. So something that we passed through council, and that council did look at for us and replied to us yesterday. So there are labs that might have faster turnaround time. We need to get to that. There are options maybe to do home-based testing, looking into that. But you're absolutely right. If we had that turnaround time down, more people would know and more people would get out of going to work and know that they would stay home. But the message really is, if you have any symptoms at all that could be COVID, you should really be staying home. And even if it's not COVID, it could be something else like the flu or RSV or adenovirus. So stay home. That's what you should have done all along, even before COVID, is not go to work when you're sick. But I appreciate the comments and open to any more questions?
Well, I'd like to follow up on that, Dr. Park. This is something we've been talking about not for weeks but months, whether it be the less reliable rapid test from the antigen system or whatever it means. And unfortunately, I'm chastised by fellow board members for wanting to ask you, what do you need or what can we do more of? But here's another example, is whatever we're doing, it's not enough. Do we need more laboratory capacity, more equipment? I mean, there's something missing. If I've brought this up weeks and months ago and we still don't have that fast turnaround time through our current lab system. So again, I'll ask you, what do we need? And I'm not stepping on anybody's toes. We are having a public forum and discussion about this. The question is, what do we need to expand so that we do have that capability? Is it dollars? Is it equipment? Is it manpower? What resources do you need to be more efficient and effective so that this county can be the gold standard and we can help open up our businesses?
Yeah, and I actually appreciate you for asking that question and bringing that to me at every board meeting, Supervisor Patty, because obviously that is the question: is what can we do more of, and what do we need to do, and what dollars can we spend? So yes, I've given this a lot of thought. The antigen test, as I presented to you, they're rapid, and in that sense, if you have symptoms and you know right away that you have COVID, yes, that can be useful. Interestingly, in this state, the requirement is that anyone who does that testing has to be on CalReady, has to be putting it into the state system. There are barriers, and maybe we need to be talking to the state about knocking down some of those barriers to getting people to be able to do that. At this point, it's not that easy to be someone who carries that test and administers it. We do have it in our ERs. We do have it in our urgent cares. I've heard Dr. Fauci say that the first thing he's going to ask Biden to do when Biden takes office is to really look at home tests that are available for people who opt in, that would be a PCR with fast turnaround time. So wouldn't that be interesting if that gets developed? If that's on the horizon, that's something that I want in on right away. So the science is still out there. There's still things being developed that we could tap into. What else?
There's science out there, but in the immediate, in the current environment of what you have at your fingertips, at your disposal, what more can we do? What more can your office be empowered to do? And again, I know that this is something that I'm chastised for, but people that I represent and business owners are asking me, so I'm asking you, what more can we do? Now, I don't care about weeks from now from Biden and what might triculate through a government program. What can we do locally? What kind of capacity? What kind of new equipment? What kind of staff? What personnel? What type of resources are needed so that within days, not weeks or months, but within days, we are able to enhance our testing results, turnaround time?
Thank you. No, Supervisor Patty, you don't deserve to be chastised for questioning me. I don't mind it at all. Thank you very much. Yes, if you look at our SJ Ready website, we now have over 20 test sites in the county, so we have greatly increased that. Could we use more? We certainly can. Can we use some that are affiliated with labs that'll do a faster turnaround time? We certainly can. What can we do as the public? Honestly, right now, it is to stay home. I know people might not want to hear that, but that is what you have the power to do because of our hospital situation. And that is the ask. And the next thing is the vaccines. So yes, maybe there is some ability to get some more PR, some more messaging out there, some more partnerships with our CBOs to really get that message out that we do, as Chair Miller said, want to roll this out in an equitable way. We have to get to our brown and black communities. We need that messaging out there. So perhaps some money for that to engage with our CBOs, perhaps some money with more PR. There are many things on the horizon. Biggest right now is stay home, but the next thing is the vaccine. And so those will be things that we might be coming to this board with for asks.
Okay. Unfortunately, I'm not getting anywhere with the capacities for us to have quicker turnaround time. This may be outside of your realm, Dr. Park, and maybe it's something Mr. Dietrich or somebody else might be more of an expert or adept at answering, so that we can get the turnaround time within hours, not days, as you've noted would be exceptionally important. Through the chair, I'd like to shift, and in closing, I'd like to talk to County Council in relation to a recent Los Angeles judge ruling in overturning the county's ban on restaurants serving guests outdoors, and his decision was that it was arbitrary and backed by weak scientific evidence. So my question for County Council is, and I would ask my fellow board members to perhaps join me in what we could do in a lawsuit against the state for exactly the same reasons. If you're shutting down restaurants, and as Supervisor Wynn pointed out, such a low positivity rate, and this includes hair salons and a myriad of businesses that are arbitrarily shut down based on weak scientific evidence, I'm going to ask that the board and County Council, we actually do something that's actionable, and we challenge the state to prove to us that these businesses need to stay closed, not based on arbitrary weak scientific evidence, but by actual hard data, which, if you follow the science, it isn't there. So I believe our businesses are arbitrarily penalized and suffering, and jobs are lost, and irreparable damages that I would ask this county and County Council to prepare a lawsuit that we can bring against the state. And I'm curious how the rest of the board feels about this.
County Council, do you have any input on such an undertaking?
It's something that we'll need to do further research on. The case down in Los Angeles, a temporary restraining order was issued against the city based on the city's specific order, and a trial date has been set. I believe it's in March, but I'd have to go back and check the order to see exactly what that said. In the meantime, I know that the city defaulted, if you will, and has since turned to the regional stay-at-home order as the guidelines that they're enforcing at this time.
So they've basically defaulted to the state order.
That's my understanding.
Which is the order that we have consistently applied here in San Joaquin County?
Correct, and it's the current regional stay-at-home order that a majority of the state is presently under because our ICU capacities have fallen.
Okay, and has that been challenged?
I have not heard of any challenge to the regional stay-at-home order as of yet.
Okay.
Madam Chair, just a quick follow-up. Is there any interest in this board in examining and pursuing a challenge to the state. And I get it. We all want to be part of the solution, certainly not part of the problem. But we do know, as Supervisor Wing points out, and all of us are aware, the hardship that's happening here. And if it's based on arbitrary and weak science, we should be challenging this. We owe this to our business and owners and those that depend on these jobs. And then, we're talking about tens of hundreds of thousands of people just within our county. So everything and anything we could do to challenge the science or this arbitrary, weak science, I believe, and Supervisor Wing very poignantly pointed it all out. There are some real arbitrary decisions being made that are difficult for people that jobs are lost.
Point. I don't have a problem having county council do some research and analysis on this, but I would not make a decision to file a lawsuit and move forward until that analysis was done. That's where I would be on it. I'm going to ask Supervisor Elliott, because he has not had a chance to weigh in yet or ask any questions. Supervisor Elliott, do you have some questions for Dr. Park and or County Council?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Dr. Park, earlier in your presentation, you were talking about the sequencing of the vaccines that were being put out, and I understand that initially the state is prescribing where they go and how many you get. You mentioned that later there would be doses that were given directly to pharmacies. So who decides who gets those doses and how many go to the pharmacies and that sort of thing?
The pharmacies are the Walgreens and CVS pharmacies, for which the federal government has contracted with to go into our skilled nursing facilities to vaccinate their residents. It's a very specific group that's getting vaccinated through the pharmacies. It's possible that in the future, aside from the skilled nursing facilities, that pharmacies will continue to receive vaccine from the state and offer to the general public, as they do with other vaccines such as the flu seasonally. And so that may be on its way. At this point, the only entities that can vaccinate are those that have been approved by the state in a system called COVID Ready. And those include our 7 area hospitals. And that's it at this point. Those are the people who are empowered right now to administer vaccines.
Okay. Great. That sheds some light on that one. And I agree that it's very helpful at our board meetings for you to update us on where we stand in the vaccination process, who has received the doses, who is next in line, and how they can get them. Because I think that's going to be an important part of recovery from this pandemic. I'd also like to just voice some support for the cases made by Supervisors Wynn and Patty here concerning the very weak science that is being cited on this. In fact, when people talk about following the science, I see very little evidence of that. People say that it's scientifically proven that all of these measures are going to help. But I haven't seen the evidence of that, and I don't think anybody else has either. And I'd like to reiterate what I said last week. The Assistant Secretary for Health in the country's Health and Human Services Department on national TV said that there is no scientific basis for restricting outdoor dining at restaurants. There isn't any. And yet we get these orders coming down that restrict all types of activities. Even Dr. Fauci says we're better off outside than inside. Yet here in California, much of the state is closed down from even having outside dining. and there's no scientific basis for it. You mentioned earlier that flu cases are way down this year and COVID cases are way up. And yet, if you look at the symptoms for COVID, they look very much like the symptoms for flu, with the exception of a couple of them. I don't think people tend to lose their sense of smell and taste, etc., with the common flu. But it just raises more questions. Okay, so are some of these flu cases that have the same symptoms as COVID being called COVID instead of flu? And then when we get large gatherings, when the contact tracing is done and people say, yes, I was at a gathering, what evidence is there that they caught their COVID case from that gathering? Were there other people at that gathering who got it? Just where is this evidence on these things? And I think we should be very careful about just blindly saying or blindly agreeing to what people say is the science. The governor is fond of saying he's doing everything according to the science, but there's no scientific basis, no scientific evidence behind what he says. So I think we should push back at every chance we get. Just like I said last week, and I've said many times in the past, we should push back against this weak science. Some of it is just opinion. Now, there may be some logical basis in some of it. Yes, if you wear a mask, you're probably going to prevent droplets from your own mouth or nose from getting out into the atmosphere. So that may help. But then when you start looking at what is the scientific method where you take a hypothesis and then you test it, and you have a controlled test where you have certain people that are under one set of conditions and other people who are under another set of conditions, and then you compare the results and you come up with actual verifiable results that you can point to these tests. That has scientific basis, but all these opinions don't. So I would say too, let's engage in further research on this matter, push back against these what I consider arbitrary decisions on what is appropriate and what is not, and let's just look at and we've talked about this in the past as well. Let's look at the overall impact of what we're doing on society. There are numerous cases of people who have complained about the effect that these lockdowns in schools and the distance learning, the adverse effect it's having on their kids. We all know that just from observation. But we need to be pushing back on this kind of stuff. That's my comment on this. I would certainly support further research into that and taking whatever steps we can to truly base our decisions on science rather than opinion.
Thank you. Supervisor Yapudua?
Thank you, Chair. Just really want to comment on what we're discussing here. I think that I think it's wise if we have county council look into it. But from what I see, a majority of the restaurants and businesses are open. They're not really following the law. I mean, everyone's open. So I think more the problem is family gatherings, Thanksgiving, Christmas, you name it. I mean, we're not following the guidelines. And I know, Dr. Parker, you're trying all the best you can do. And how are you coming along with an assistant? Have you found anybody that you think will help you as far as an assistant?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Villaputa. This time around, the stay-at-home order seems to be more difficult than March, for sure. As you observed, things are just open, and people are tired. And I understand that I think our compliance this time around is lower. But I am doing my best to get that message out that stay-at-home really is an order, and it really means stay-at-home. There's a position within public health, an assistant health officer, and We have not been successful in filling that position for quite some time. That would be wonderful. I do have a great deal of mentorship and assistance from Dr. Karen First, who was our previous health officer years ago for this county, and she was in this office position for years. So she's very experienced, and she has been functioning as the assistant health officer, though she's part-time. But any more assistance for me personally would be much appreciated.
Right.
So I appreciate that question. If I had a personal assistant or even a PR person, I think that would really help me a lot, take a lot of load off of me.
I think that would help a lot too. Any questions? Sorry, you want to comment?
Oh, so, and after you finish, Supervisor Villapula?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I just something for the Madam Chair and the board members to consider before, and given, I think it's important, Mr. Miles bring back his analysis, but just know what potentially is at risk if anything formally gets filed. I know there was really good dialogue with the Valley counties in regards to putting a letter together that didn't just deal with COVID, but it also dealt with the economic impacts as a result of COVID that I know our county staff participated in developing. You know, something to consider before anything formally being filed, because of course I want to make sure that the county is able to retain those dollars, the roughly over $150+ million, both from the state and the U.S. Treasury, that both has been utilized by public health and various other county departments and also our community. That just a strong letter go back, kind of listing to the state of California, Dr. Galley and the governor. This is what, you know, the continuous amount of questions and inquiries we're receiving from our local constituency. You know, how can we respond more effectively in meeting these needs and addressing this based upon the science rather than, you know, some arbitrary or, you know, a change or changing that goalpost over and over again. Just something to consider before anything is filed in the court system, so that we're not put in a vulnerable situation that those dollars are having to be returned and the county ends up being on the hook, because the majority of those dollars are fully spent at this point.
Thank you.
So I definitely think that the legal analysis should provide us with potential ramifications. If there's a clawback provision on any of those funds, we definitely need to know that, because I know initially it was contingent upon us being in compliance with public health orders. So let's get the legal analysis on that, if there's any case law to support this, and let's go into this with a clear-eyed assessment of what's at stake and what we could potentially gain and what we could potentially lose. I think that's an important part. And then this board will deliberate and make a decision based on that.
We will begin work on it. This will be something, it'll take us a while to pull this together, but it's a conversation that we should have in closed session.
Correct.
To fully vet this. Correct.
And I would also like to say that in January, we've heard over and over from the board, what could we be doing more of? What could we be, how could we more effectively spend those dollars? Those dollars don't have the same restrictions that they once had on them. We're going to have an item coming up, but I would like a report back in January from Dr. Park, perhaps our public health director, Mr. Diedrich, any other department heads, if there are programs that we utilized to ramp up the testing or to increase the efficiency at our labs or whatever it is, I think this board needs to hear what could we do more of right now? What should we do more of right now? Where will we get the most positive impact to the public? I mean, people are dying right now, and those dollars were sent to this county for COVID response. if there is more that we should be doing and could be doing, the board needs to hear about it. And I would like that to be part of a COVID discussion item in January. And so I think this next item that we're going to hear is another example of the board wanting to look at how can we provide immediate benefit to our residents who are hurting right now and are going to continue. I mean, it's going to be months and months until this vaccine is available to everybody who wants it. And we have I believe we have an obligation to help keep our communities safe in the meantime. So I would like to hear back in January. I would put it to the rest of the board. Is this something you would also be interested in hearing as part of our COVID update?
I just make a quick comment. I agree with Supervisor Patty and Ms. Nino in regards to the need to reach out. And we did,
yes.
Supervisor Miller and Elliott last Friday did talk to the other 7 counties in regards to that letter, which was multi-pronged. But I think one of the things, a long conversation with Mr. Miles on the legal side, but also I've had, and I'm sure Supervisor Patty, I know, has had conversations with other business associations, as I have. But I think when we look at this response, I think there's 2 facets to it. One is obviously the legal side in regards to questioning, the legality of some of these decisions. But the other side of it, which Ms. Nino brought up, is that I know that there's a lot of interest out there, certainly from various business associations and the general public, in regards to telling the governor, or at least presenting the governor with some, not only some data, but also some questions in regards to what happened. So I know Mr. Miles and I had a conversation. We did talk about, he had some great ideas in regards to outreach other than just the legal side. So if we do get a report back, I'd like to see a multifaceted approach, not just suing, the state, but also providing, as we did with the letter from the 8 Valley counties, because I think we can include the private sector. There's a lot of associations that are not only frustrated, but are hurting. So I would like to see us collaborate in totality to all parties to put a united front, certainly from this county and possibly even from other counties that would be agreeable to participate. So that, but I agree with what's already been said.
Yeah, there's a lot of advocacy avenues that we could pursue. I know our Dr. Park has discussed many times the public health directors and the medical officers have advocated strongly on different items in the past and have been successful at times in getting some changes to the various orders. Yeah, I think I agree. That's a good idea. Supervisor Elliott and Patty, are you on board with this being included in our report, next COVID report, or next several COVID reports in January?
Yes, I'm good with that.
Okay.
Yep, Madam Chair, I'm good. I think it's great to just include our cities and our business associations. I think it's a very good idea. We're obviously not doing this alone because, as everybody says, we're all in this together. So I think we're taking a good approach on how to move forward.
Great, thank you. And Supervisor Villapudua is saying yes, shaking his head. So, yeah. Okay, great. Then, thank you, Dr. Park. Let's move on to our next discussion item, which is being led by our CAO's office on business assistance and rental assistance efforts.
Madam Chair and board members, our Assistant County Administrator, Mr. Pollen, will be presenting some options based upon last Tuesday's board direction on what more we can do.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Pollen.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. Matt Paulin, new Assistant County Administrator. Thrilled to be here and excited to be part of the county team. Thank you. So at your meeting last week, you had brought up the need to, given the ongoing economic impacts of the pandemic and the stay-at-home orders, how could your board assist the community? So several months ago, your board took action to help the community to allocate some of its CARES Act funds towards small businesses. About half of the allocation was paid out to small businesses. I understand that there were some limitations on that program due to it being on a reimbursement basis. For instance, if a business was behind on its rent, there was nothing to reimburse. So you'll see in the following slides, I think we've addressed those concerns for small business. So as I said at your meeting last week, you directed this office to vet some options and present them to you, and that's why we're here today with two options: a revised small business program and a program for individuals. So we're calling this round 3 of our small business assistance grant program, really focused on reimbursing rent and mortgage expenditures or helping a small business who's behind on that catch up. And also an impact of these stay-at-home orders and the pandemic are also on landlords, right? If businesses are not able to keep up, it's an impact on the business and on the property owner as well. So hopefully we've addressed those concerns. And assistance to families who are falling behind on their household bills too. So for the small business grant program, we're recommending $10 million from the county contingency funds. $25,000 maximum grant, so that could help up to 400 businesses countywide if everyone was allocated the maximum grant amount. As I mentioned earlier, the expanded criteria would be to include rent and mortgage expenses, and of course we would be willing to and open to reimbursing expenses that businesses incurred for PPE, or your board just talked a lot about the outdoor dining expenses that a lot of restaurants and businesses went through. Of course, those expenditures would also be eligible. So our Employment and Economic Development Department would administer the program. We'd help them get everything stood up, and ISD would of course get the proper web pages and everything and portals put up and get that stood up. So on the Family Rental and Mortgage Assistant Grant Program, $5 million for that, so $15 million total from your county contingency funds, a maximum grant of $5,000 for verified harm from COVID if you've lost your job or if your hours have been reduced. And as I said before, reimbursement of paid rent and mortgage, or even if you've been able to keep up with your rent and mortgage, but you've fallen behind on other bills, of course, that would be clearly demonstrated COVID-related harm, and we want to entertain those requests as well. So our Human Services Agency would administer that program, of course, with help from us. They probably help out a lot of these same clients, and so we think they'd be well equipped to take on this additional program. We've talked to both of the departments. They've indicated that they would be able to stand up the programs with existing resources, most likely. So our rollout, very aggressive. You all had indicated that this was very timely and the community really needs it, particularly with all of the federal assistance really seizing with the unemployment insurance aid, seizing with the emergency leaves authorized by the CARES Act, seizing here pretty soon. That time was of the essence. We heard you clearly, and this timeline here indicates that we're going to be ready to go here in the next couple of weeks, hopefully. So again, our recommendation is $15 million from contingencies to the contingency provision budget for both of the new programs, or the revised program and the new program. We thought that was a prudent use of a portion of your reserves. As our office presented to you last week, as part of our first quarter report, we have pretty healthy projected reserves through this year. There are a lot of pressures and risks as our office indicated. So we thought $15 million was a good number to address this need and hopefully, in a lot of ways, act as a bridge for cautiously optimistic another round of federal stimulus coming up. I was reading this morning that they may be close to a holiday deal, knock on wood, now that it sounds like state and local assistance unfortunately is off the table for now to get some sort of deal through to the country. So cautiously optimistic on that front. So that's our recommendation. Open to any questions and discussion.
Thank you. Any questions? Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair Miller. Monica, would there discussion for funds. Is there anything for education as far as UOP?
So at this point, Supervisor Villapudua, we have not looked at the educational institutions, but, and I'm looking at Mr. Pollan to make sure that I'm accurate, in regards to the business, if there's any rent or lease of facilities, would they qualify on the business side?
I believe so.
I believe so also.
Okay, great.
So say, for instance, they're renting facilities that currently aren't being occupied because of distance learning. I would think those would qualify under the business rent and mortgage relief.
I think our education department needs a lot of help, especially UOP.
So would the board like us to go back and just focus on education, to include the Delta's community, Stan State, and our private universities here in San Joaquin County? We have not just looked at that. We have received our University of Pacific's request. I believe it might have been $2 or $5 million. And so I want to check in with this board.
I would. I don't know how everybody else feels.
I would, if we're going to look at all the schools and we're going to come up with some sort of an assistance program that would benefit all of them. I want to make sure that it's applied equitably, these dollars that would benefit the largest number of students. The other thing I want to ask is, on this program, would utilities be included?
For the individual or both programs, or?
Both.
Sure, that would absolutely be an allowable expense.
Okay, great, because especially this time of the year, the last thing you want is people having to make decisions between keeping their lights and their heat on and putting food on their tables. So I think this is a good start, and if it's fully subscribed quickly, it's something that we can look at reallocating funds to on an ongoing basis as we see what other assistance may come from the state or federal governments. So, Supervisor Wynn?
County Council gave you a...
Oh, thank you. Okay. This is this particular one? Yeah, one of the things we would, if we're going to discuss programs benefiting the schools County Council, do you want to just chime in on this? If we're going to have a discussion in terms of providing benefit to the educational community?
Both in regards to providing benefits to the educational community, as well as in providing this program for the reimbursements or potentials for reimbursements for individuals as well as businesses within the community. It's important that the board have a discussion of the public benefit that arises from this, because these are taxpayer dollars.
Correct. So, Supervisor Wynn?
I would agree with Supervisor Villapudua in regards to education. I think obviously they've been hit, one of the hardest hit areas in our economy. However, I have a concern in regards to identifying individual businesses. The reason I say that is because as representatives, as County Council has alluded to, our responsibility is to all businesses within the county. I've been made it clear that I've had a real issue with essential and non-essential in regards to determining winners and losers in regards to these reimbursements. I think what Matt's provided, I think, is appropriate, because it makes no distinction as to the type of business or the type of individual who would benefit. I think that's what we should be doing. We shouldn't be, getting so narrow that we start identifying either specific institutions or businesses or areas that may be segregated from other parts within our community, whether it be business or individuals. So again, I would agree, and Supervisor or Chair Miller did raise the issue about utilities, because frankly, if you get too far afield in regards to what's reimbursable, because, and this is a conversation that we don't normally have with our COVID-19, is the results of these shutdowns, of people losing jobs. And it's not just the renters or even the homeowners. it's the mortgage companies, it's the property owners. I mean, it's kind of a domino effect. So I would simply say that it needs to be simple, just like we've done in the past. It needs to be open to everybody that is eligible to participate based upon the criteria that's established. But to talk about individual categories or institutions or whatever, because frankly, as far as the education, I've seen our public schools being hit the hardest in regards to trying to recover, get back into in-class instruction, et cetera. So if we're going to do anything, I think from my vantage point, the more general, the better, and let everybody participate who is eligible, and let us decide. And as you said, Matt, one of the things is that this is just maybe a bridge to what the federal government comes up with. So, but I do like the proposal. I do like the aspects, and as Chair Miller talks about, utility is critical, because if you don't have a roof over your head and you can't, warm it or cook in it or whatever, everything else is irrelevant. So, anyway, I agree with Supervisor Villapudra in regards to looking at the education, but again, making it a level playing field for all possibilities, and let those who apply have the same challenge or I guess the criteria to benefit from this money. And then again, after we've done this, we can obviously look at maybe the federal reimbursement system, or possibly even looking at what we have here in the county. So I appreciate the presentation.
And from my standpoint, in terms of the topic that County Council brought up, public benefit, there is a very clear public benefit to keeping people in their homes. We have a tremendous problem with homelessness statewide. The most cost-effective way to prevent homelessness is to keep people who are housed in their homes. There's a very clear benefit here. There's also, in terms of education, impact on our children, on our businesses, our entire economy, which then fuels our ability to receive tax revenue and keep providing public services. That's what we saw during the recession. As people lost their homes, the tax dollars were not flowing in, and as people lost their jobs, the sales tax dollars were not flowing in, and all local governments' discretionary money was slashed. And so the public did not receive the services that really not only did they have a right to expect, but that were critical to receiving to keep them safe and healthy. And so from my standpoint, there's a very clear public benefit to be derived by keeping as many of our businesses afloat so that they can then recover, and keeping as many of our residents in their homes so that they don't become homeless. Supervisor Elliott, would you like to chime in on this proposal?
I support what's been proposed.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to get a little clarification. I know Supervisor Wynn's talking about open process for everyone to participate. I've got, I think I need a little clarity on that, and perhaps the county does as well. Point in reference is back when some of the federal PPE money was going out, I know of local businesses that received not tens of thousands, but hundreds of thousands of dollars, literally hundreds of thousands of dollars. They had zero hardship. They had zero loss of revenue. They had zero loss of business activity, and yet they received hundreds, and I mean hundreds of thousands of dollars of benefit from the alleged hardship that was being caused by COVID. So, there are some businesses that have absolutely no other source of income, but let's say, for instance, a restaurant has no source of income but what that restaurant can sell, whether it be liquor and or food, or a combination thereof. So there are some businesses that are deemed non-essential that have been forced to close, and those businesses are suffering a greater hardship. There are, our education system, and who, of course, is against education and or the lack of. But an education system has other sources of income. There are alumni associations. There are tax payments that subsidize school operating costs, and the Stockton Unified School District, for example, has a budget separate from the county. So just as a minor example. So I would really like to see a criteria of true hardship and challenge, more so than just an open, equitable, everybody qualifies and everybody's allowed. I'm not insinuating that's what anybody is suggesting, but I really do believe, from my perspective, is we need to make sure that the criteria is for those that are most in need, those that are most perhaps dealing with hardship imposed on them through a government system that has arbitrarily deemed them non-essential and hardships have ensued. So that's my take on it. This is a big, it has incredible importance for a lot of people, and I think this is significant, and I think this is worthwhile for us to pursue. I just believe we need to make sure that we're dealing with those that are imposed with the hardships more so than those that may not be dealing with the same hardship.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but anyone who wants to participate in this, the award is based on demonstrating.
Based on demonstrated need, correct. So you would have to demonstrate some kind of harm. Your business has lost revenue because you've been closed, or if you're a restaurant just reduced to takeout, for instance, or you had to invest money to build a new outdoor dining patio. Yes, it would be restricted to those who have demonstrated harm because of COVID and the stay-at-home orders.
Okay, I'm more comfortable with the way this program is structured, because as Supervisor Wynn says, it doesn't pick winners and losers. It's just based on demonstrable expenses, demonstrable damages that have been incurred by a business. And as we've heard here many times, every business is important to their customers. And so I'm more comfortable with the way this is structured.
I'm okay with that also.
Okay.
To address Supervisor Patty's concern, correct me, it seems to me that when we had our previous programs, that wasn't there a provision in the application about whether they received reimbursement from some other entity? So to address Supervisor Patty, that the businesses that have received hundreds of thousands of dollars, they would have to declare that on their application, which obviously, certainly through the selection process, would decide that I guess you can't double dip. You can't justify an award based upon a previous reimbursement to the state or federal government. I assume that's the way this particular grant will be applied.
That's our intent, is not to have businesses double dip. Granted, it's been, approximately 10 months since the pandemic began. And so there could be, a little nuance as to if they've gotten other, say a paycheck protection grant, like how long that really lasted then, but we can suss that out as part of the vetting of the applications.
Right. And so any damages they're wanting to be covered now, if they received an earlier grant in this program, this would be for damages sustained since then.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I think this is hats off for coming in this quickly and putting this together. It was my hope that if we could work through programs we already had, that we might be able to do something like this. I'm that we may be able to put another $15 million out to folks by the first of the year. So I think that's great.
Madam Chair, board members, I want to make sure so that it is out there from a business perspective. and hearing what Supervisor Patty's comments, is there a consensus of the board? At this point, we won't include education and we'll just focus on the businesses in the community of San Joaquin.
I think to start out with, I'd rather focus on these two programs, the rental assistance for individuals, and then also this program for the businesses. I think looking at education is something we can look at separately.
Well, I guess my question is, education is not barred from applying. A school or a university or whatever, I mean, they can still apply for these basic grant awards, correct?
Our focus was more on small business
Yeah.
not so much educational institutions.
Correct.
What about a small private school?
We're still working on the criteria. That's something that we could potentially consider if the board wants to do that.
So that's why I was, right now, Supervisor Wynn, we weren't looking at education, and so that's why I wanted to check in. If the board wants us to include education, then we would have to change some of this criteria. And I think it's harder for them to demonstrate that they haven't received already some additional funding. Based upon what Supervisor Patty, there's some, relevance to that. And we were trying to make it more flexible, of course, for business, but also private citizens from a rent and mortgage perspective, families.
So the definition of a small business?
Our criteria was going to be 100 employees or less.
Okay, it's same, basically what we use. Okay, that's fine. Again, I don't believe we should be picking winners and choosers categories. I think a business, whatever that happens to be, has suffered additional cost to COVID-19, should be eligible. But I think education is another issue, as Chair Miller talked about. But I think small businesses, whatever they happen to be, should be eligible to participate.
So from the board's perspective and direction for staff, could we go ahead and see what are we going to put this out there for 30 days?
Yeah, something along.
So more than likely there will be a grant period, as we've done previously, 30, to 45 days, and then bring those results back to this board. That'll be closer to us also knowing what potential exposures there are from just a pure budget and operational perspective to see if there's still available money to do another round. And potentially, if that money is depleted sooner, then we would come back sooner.
Well, it would also give us an opportunity to see what additional resources may be coming from the federal government. And the education system is more likely to get some of those through a direct allocation than small businesses are. So it would give us more information. So from my standpoint, I'd like to roll this out now, and then we can reassess in terms of the educational system when we see how these two do.
Makes sense.
That makes sense. Supervisor Patty?
I'm good with that. Thank you.
Supervisor Elliott?
Yes, I'm good with that also. One additional question now. We're planning to initially take this money from our contingencies. Are we looking at the opportunity there for reimbursement through any CARES Act or follow-on acts in terms of being able to replace that money?
Supervisor Elliott, we are not. So this is purely as a result of us reimbursing some of the salaries within the county general fund and other departments. We would not be reimbursing ourselves. We're essentially using general fund dollars that have been saved as a result of whether it's salary reimbursement or other expenses that have been related to COVID. We are essentially using those dollars that are very much now general fund dollars. And that's why we are keeping track of it through the contingencies provision of the county general fund.
Okay, so from what I understand there, then we're actually still maintaining our contingency fund, but being able to use this other money that has become available due to reimbursements and cost savings, that sort of thing.
That is accurate. As we stated last week in our first quarter financial report, we're projecting a more significant fund balance for the 2021 fiscal year. And given anticipating that whether there's another stimulus package or we know after the first of the year, especially after, of course, there's always a January proposed budget that comes out from the board, from the state of California, we will probably know as a county organization a greater level of insight, what potential reductions that we may receive from both the state and the feds. It'll at least put this board in a greater level of position of not putting too much money out there prior to even knowing what the current fiscal picture is for the 21-22 budget, but yet you're essentially utilizing some savings that are projected as of the first quarter financial report, which we feel really confident that will exist.
Okay, I think that's a good approach, and I also agree with the approach here to focus on the businesses and individuals right now, and then look at opportunities to help with educational funding at a later time.
Great. My final comment on this is that I'd like to make sure that we reach out, whoever's administering these two pieces, we reach out to our community-based organizations that we regularly partner with to make sure that they understand the criteria, that they're aware of all the deadlines, and that they may want to provide some staff to help people through the application process to get their clients able to take advantage of these programs as soon as possible. So I think that's key communication that needs to go out right away as we start to roll this out.
We will definitely do that public information.
Great, thank you. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Chair. Need a transfer from the contingency reserves for this?
Yes, we do. So it would require a 4/5 vote.
Okay, so I would be looking for a motion and a second to implement these two programs as presented.
We'll make a motion to accept.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Madam Chair, we also had a request for a public comment to be read after this discussion. It does basically just address what the board has already discussed and made a decision on. Would you like me to read that comment now?
Sure, let's go ahead and have the public comment before we take the actual vote.
The public comment states, since my last public comment, the COVID-19 situation in our county has gotten much worse, putting the lives of residents and my constituents at extreme risk. It has come to my understanding that more dollars have become flexible in spending, and I urge you to allocate funding to direct COVID-19 relief to address the needs of our community. A strong focus must be placed on housing. Rental and mortgage assistance is greatly needed as families need to stay in their homes to be able to physically distance to stay safe. If families lose their housing, they are forced into shared housing situations. Housing assistance must also include utilities and direct cash assistance to our families. Many of our needs remain the same as my last public comment: housing, food, medical care, child care, internet connectivity. And at this moment at time in our ICU and hospital treatment capacity are dangerously low, which is why a great emphasis now more than ever must be placed on testing and COVID-19 education to prevent as many people as possible from getting sick. Our families are struggling. I respectfully urge you to please act quickly and equitably. Make more resources directly available to our families. Thank you, Candelaria Vargas, SUSD Board Trustee, Area 7. And Madam Chair, I believe that we also have at this time Stan Morey on the phone if you wish to return to Mr. Morey to make comments following the vote.
Okay, we'll take our vote first and then we'll go forward. So roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Yes.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Supervisor Wynn?
Yes.
Supervisor Elliott?
Yes.
Supervisor Miller?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members.
Mr. Morey, have you been able to join us? If so, we would love to have you make a few comments.
I'm here.
Excellent. I don't know if you were able to hear our comments earlier, but the entire board has most sincerely thanked you for your many years of service on our Planning Commission and wishes you all the best in your retirement. And we just wonder if you'd like to make a few comments.
Well, I will, yes, thank you. I'm gonna miss so many people. I miss Carrie Sullivan when she was there, although we got a wonderful guy, and David Guang, I think he's going to do a heck of a job. I miss Ray Hu and Mo Atif, although he's still with me. John Thunderbird, I'm going to miss him, and Jennifer Jolly, Mark Miles, and certainly Zoe, because she's what a tremendous county council. And all you people, I've been listening all morning on you, and the work that you guys are putting out there, it's unbelievable. My best to Miguel, who was a darn good county commissioner, and certainly my good friend Bob Elliott, who's going to be leaving us, and going to miss Bob, one of the nicest gentlemen I've ever met in my life. But I've been around quite a few of the supervisors back in Austin, certainly Bob Ornelas, and certainly Bob, and wonderful people. I'm going to miss my county life, but after 34 years, it's time to move on.
Well, thank you. And again, we wish you the very best in your retirement, and thank you for all your service to San Joaquin County.
Thank you, Stan.
Go ahead.
Well, thank you. Stan, this is Miguel. I want to say thank you for being such a good friend on the board. When I first met you, you were so kind to me, and you mentored me, and I'll never forget you. You were an outstanding man. You were witty, you were intelligent, and you always stayed in touch. And to this day, you still call me, and we still have good laughs. And I'm gonna miss you on the board, and I hope we stay in touch. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. We are going to move on to our consent calendar.
No, Madam Chair, we have Mr. Solis.
Yes, we have Mr. Solis. Thank you. Welcome. Ms. Nino, do you want to introduce this item for Mr. Solis?
So I'll open it up. So probably a few board meetings back, Supervisor Patty had, and then the board, with the consensus of the board, directed staff to evaluate the relief across downtown program that was currently being administered in Stanislaus County. And Mr. Solis is here today after doing that research for board's consideration and direction.
Great. Welcome, Mr. Solis.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present the RAD card program to you. This pandemic crisis has put a strain on our small business and local merchants, and many of them are beginning to close down. And so it's imperative that we really, it's critical that we support our struggling businesses and try to minimize the impact. These companies and merchants under crisis will, if without support, will fall by the wayside and close their doors permanently. And so that's critical to our economic well-being, so we need to prevent that. So the RAD program, pretty much RAD stands for Relief Across Downtown. Next slide. Do I have a clicker? Okay. The RAD program originated at downtown Modesto Partnership. It was first launched in Modesto in August, and they used $150,000 raised entirely through private donations. The card matched people's contributions dollar for dollar, so up to $100, which they could use to pay for meals and other purchases at participating businesses. It was so successful, they sold out within 2.5 weeks. And why focusing on the downtown areas? Well, they represent the heart of our communities. And we want to stimulate the greater business engagement and support to our local merchants. Now, the Downtown Modesto Partnership is the owner of the RAD Card program. And the developer it was a member of the Stanislaus Workforce Development Board, and that's how the WIB got involved in Stanislaus County. So we talked to Josh Bridegroom. He's the president and CEO of the Downtown Modesto Partnership and the developer of this RAD Card. And we asked him if he would consider creating the San Joaquin County RAD Card program. You know, in Stanislaus, it was initiated by the Downtown Modesto Partnership. You know, in Stanislaus County, the Board of Supervisors followed through with a $1 million contribution allocation of the CARES Act funds to expand the program to all municipalities, unincorporated areas. And they started with about 75 businesses, and the last time we seen it, it was about over 135 businesses participating in this effort. Now, the way the system works is you download this free application, and the app is available for both Android and Apple devices, and you could load up to any amount that you want, but the first $100 will be matched dollar for dollar. So now you have $200 to spend with your local merchants. Okay, so this funding created the partnership with the Stanislaus County, and the County Administrator's Office and the Workforce Development Board worked to develop the partnership with the Downtown Modesto Partnership. Now in San Joaquin County, we have already initiated the conversation with Josh Bridegroom, and he's very interested in providing support and expanding this program into San Joaquin County. So we will establish this partnership, and they will get compensated for their cost comparable to what they're charging Stanislaus County. Our concern at this point, as you know, the CARE Act funding will expire December 31st. I was talking to Monica a couple of weeks back, and pretty much as far as San Joaquin County is concerned, most of the money has been expended. So even if there was an extension of the CARE Act, there isn't any funding available. So the options that we do have is the San Joaquin County General Funds or contingency funds. There may be another stimulus packet that may provide additional funding. Now, we could solicit the merchants, as they did, to initiate the program, and merchant groups. We could also extend an invitation to municipalities to provide contributions. I think a letter from members of the board to the respective community asking them or challenging them to participate as a municipality or business organization like the Chambers of Commerce could stimulate additional participation and investment. Now, with the recommended $1 million, this gift card program would infuse additional economic opportunities because it would double the consumer spending. It can be used to participate in local restaurants, retailers, and personal care service providers. Now, using the Downtown Modesto Partnership app would be critical because we wouldn't want to reinvent the wheel and we wouldn't have time to create another app, so we would use theirs. And it would be available countywide to all incorporated cities and unincorporated areas of San Joaquin County or anybody that you deemed appropriate. We would establish this agreement with the Modesto Partnership, and I've already talked to Josh, and he is going to send us the proposal, the agreement that they have with Stanislaus County. Now, the original proposal had a 5% administrative fee for staff, marketing, and all that other due diligence, plus a 3% card credit processing fee. They since got additional funding, i.e. another $1 million, and they increased it because they underestimated their expenses. So we're anticipating a 6% administrative fee and 3% for the credit card fee so that the merchants don't have to pay that fee themselves. It would be subsidized by the funding that we would provide. And it would be launched effective immediately during the month of December, the holiday season, and will continue as long as you wish during this pandemic crisis. The focus on downtown core and business districts, and pretty much we have the flexibility to do whatever you desire. Now, it would be focused on, the allocations would be based on jurisdictions and populations. So here's an example of what it would be like. Pretty much your incorporated cities and the population would determine the allocation based on the amount that you determine you would want to provide for this program. And then the balance would be the unincorporated areas like Linden, French Camp, et cetera, Woodbridge, et cetera. Now, with the approval and the use of the $1 million contingency fund, we would establish this relationship with the Downtown Modesto Partnership, and you would authorize me to move forward and develop the agreement, which probably would be comparable to the one that they have with the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors in Stanislaus County. So Josh Bridegroom, he's the president and CEO, will forward that agreement to us, and subject to your determination and approval, then I will contact the Workforce Development Board, Doris Foster, and Josh to get whatever information they have so we could hit the ground running by developing marketing activities, letters, and pretty much whatever you want us to do, we'll follow through and move forward with it. If you have any questions, would be willing to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Solis. Ms. Nino?
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. I want to share with you. So, Mr. Solis has had only brief conversations with the county administrator's office. We just barely saw the PowerPoint and some of the greater level of details on this program last night. And so I had a few questions to county council, and I want to give full disclosure, of course, as this board always knows and expects me to do. So I really don't understand how Stanislaus was able to claim it under the CARES Act, because this is clearly, I'm just being very forthright, this is a revenue, you know what I mean? And it was very black and white relative to, CARES dollars could not be used to reimburse revenue loss. But clearly, some additional due diligence, we could easily reach out to our partner agency in the chief executive office in Stanislaus. So to make sure, everything is, all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, to make sure that even though this is coming from general fund dollars, I heard loud and clear today, the board appreciates and values the consistency and us trying to keep some consistent application and make it equitable. And also, I'm always worried about, especially in the county general fund, even though we may not have to worry about the U.S. Treasury audit or the state, recovery of their CARES Act dollars, but with the general fund, we still have our outside auditors to comply with. So I would just ask that board to consider, whatever direction and action the board directs, give us some opportunity to do some additional due diligence, with that part of that direction.
Input from the board? Wynn?
In your presentation, John, in the beginning of this Modesto program, were the contributions coming from private donations?
Yes, they raised about $150,000, and they created this matching program, and pretty much they generated the merchants generated $300,000, which is very successful, and they approached the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors because Josh is a member of the Workforce Development Board. Probably she facilitated the conversations with the county administrator and the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors. And so then pretty much the county decided to expand it to all the municipalities and not just Modesto. And pretty much within the first 3 weeks, they had already expended $500,000, and they got an additional allocation recently, I think as far as this week, for example. So there's another $1 million in the works because they want to stimulate it during the holidays and really support the business because it does stimulate consumer spending.
So this additional contribution is from Stanislaus County, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, but this latest contribution wasn't CARE funds?
You know, at this point, they probably have additional CAREX funding that they haven't spent, so they're probably using whatever they have to continue the funding. So my understanding, it is still CAREX funds.
Yeah, I appreciate the concept. I think, anything we can do to help our businesses throughout the county. I do, as Ms. Nino has talked about, I do have a concern in regards to the utilization, because we talk about this all the time about, the audit that we're going to go through, and if it doesn't meet the criteria, we end up paying for it. And I guess the other part of it is there been an opportunity to at least canvass the private sector and see if there's anybody? I don't know who the donors were for the $150,000.
Yeah, I got wind of it a couple of weeks ago when I was directed by the county administrator to look into it, and then last week informed that I was going to make a presentation, and I started working, and that's when I started pulling information from. I even talked to the county administrator in Stanislaus County, so I haven't gotten information on the actual merchants or the associations that actually contributed $150. I could certainly do that. I think it would make sense to get these merchants associations, and perhaps even the municipalities to participate, and be a part of this, because bottom line, it does stimulate the economies in their respective communities and their respective merchant areas. So it doesn't have to be a lone program with the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisor funding. It could be an effort by the entire community. And, I know you carry a lot of weight with your respective communities. And if you send a letter asking, a municipality and a merchant association in your respective areas, I'm sure they would rise to the occasion and provide some funding. And I think the biggest concern is that the pandemic crisis is getting harder. And we know now that businesses are struggling. They can't afford to pay the bills. And, this next closure, it's probably going to put the nail on the coffin, and some of them will not survive.
Well, I would agree with that. I think, have you had any conversations with any of the local chambers about this particular program?
I didn't, because at this point, I wouldn't even have a conversation with them if you were interested, and then we would move forward, because my intent would be to send a letter to the chambers and talk to some of those members to find out just how interested they would be in supporting this effort, because they certainly would be individuals that could refer some of the merchants to us. And our intent would be to follow up with merchant associations, run the program by them to see if they were interested. In Stanislaus County, they started small, but as soon as they got the funding for the Board of Supervisors, within 3 weeks, they expended $500,000. So I think the information that was shared with everybody was very successful, and my take is we probably would try to duplicate and replicate that effort, working in partnership with the association or the partnership in Modesto. And any kind of information that you need, if you want me to pursue and talk to the chambers, I certainly would be happy to do so.
Well, I appreciate that. I guess my concern is the logistics of this. I mean, we're a little over a week away from Christmas, and we haven't had conversations or any discussions on how this would be implemented. Who would be the key players in each community, whether it be the city or like you talk about Woodbridge or French Camp or a place like that. I think it's a great idea, but it would seem to me that there's going to take a little bit of interaction with the various participants, obviously in Stanislaus County, because this has been up and running for a while, to have any impact or even be able to participate by Christmas Eve. That's my main concern. So, and again, I'm always a little bit reluctant to do something quickly without fully vetting it and determining exactly, like the expenditure of county funds and how we would do that. And then on top of that, how would we, transfer those funds within the communities or the shoppers, obviously, that we're trying to reach out to participate. And one last question is, if they have a RAD card or whatever, Is it eligible to use that in any jurisdiction within the county, or does it have to be like Stockton or?
Well, that's what, to make it equitable, what they did in Stanislaus County is they broke it down by jurisdiction, by cities, and they allocated based, I would assume, by population. I didn't really ask the question, but when we were talking about making this presentation, I thought the best way to do it is base it on allocation and jurisdictions. And what they did is that if a person wanted to, say, download $100 to get the $200, they could say 50, let's say they lived in Ripon and they work in Stockton. So they would say, okay, I'm going to put $50 in Ripon and $50 in Stockton. And so now they'd have the benefit of spending $100 in Ripon and they'd spend $100 in Stockton. And you could not spend the Ripon portion anyplace else. You had to spend it in Ripon. That made sure that all the communities got their fair share of the funding, and if you wanted to split it, that you had to designate those areas yourself.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks. And at this point, I appreciate what, Monica, what you said about Stanislaus using their CARES Act dollars, but that's not what we would be doing.
No.
So we have the flexibility to do this and fund it the same way we were talking about the other programs.
Correct.
Okay, from my standpoint, I agree with Supervisor Wynn. The benefit is probably going to be minimal for this month, but the businesses are going to need help going forward. And so I think it's probably better to put the time in to roll it out properly and get as many vendors participating right out of the gate. Because if people go to load $100 and they say, oh, well, there's only 5 people there and it's not anybody that I normally shop with, then they may not come back and check it out again. So I would think it'd be better to make the contacts with the merchant associations, the Downtown Alliance, the Miracle Mile, Lincoln Center, the various groups in the various cities, and make sure, especially if we're going to allocate money to every city, we need to make sure that we've got vendors in every city. I would think we will have a more successful program if we do that work first before we roll it out. Instead of rushing it, I think we're going to want to have a good group of vendors participating.
Yeah. When I first was asked to do the research and bring it before the board, my first thought was, releasing eventually, once I got the go-ahead, releasing a letter, to the various merchants, definitely the chambers of commerce, and have conversations to hit the ground running, and talking to Josh, for example, in Stanislaus County to find out exactly what they did, because then we would just do everything all at once, release the letters and probably using emails, to be more responsive and get that information to them fairly quickly. Now, assuming that we would do, for example, all 3 programs, then provide information on all the programs that are available to support business, the rental assistance that was just approved, and this RAD card, So at this point, your direction would be greatly appreciated, because I'm just following direction from the county administrator and members of the board.
Great. Supervisor Villapudua?
Well, yeah, I can just tell you that I agree with what you said. I think it needs to meet more interest. I think 30 days ago with Christmas here, we could have been on top of this more. So we should be investigating it more and do a little more research. Maybe the first of the year we can plan something out and to help businesses. But yeah, it's a good idea, but I think it would have been better. I think it would have been happening right now. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I like the program, and I can see where there would be a real benefit, not just to individual businesses, but to commercial areas as a whole, and to the economy as a whole, as well as to individuals. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Smith, I appreciate I have just become aware of this program, I guess, a couple weeks ago, and mentioning it to our CAO and to you. I appreciate you bringing to us some of this outlining criteria of what could be a good stimulus for local businesses. So I think we are all in unison that let's continue to pursue it, and perhaps in the first part of the year, it would have been great to do it if it was even ready to adopt right away, but obviously needs much more fleshing out and vetting and levels of participation. So I'm looking forward to some continued levels of engagement and information and participation that you might be able to, as you're suggesting, John, but bring it back to the board with a bit more of a vetting process.
Yeah, and I think it's a great idea to pursue getting the cities to participate in this program for their particular businesses. I think the Downtown Alliance is a perfect example in the Miracle Mile. Anytime there's an association and they could direct it into a specific region, I think that's great to see if they want to participate and we can maximize the impact that we can have. Supervisor Wynn?
Elliott.
Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Elliott.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree that if we're going to roll this thing out, we should roll it out in every city, not just one. And so I think we should take the time to do the research, get everyone involved, enlist the aid of the organizations in the various cities, and roll this out in an organized fashion. I think trying to roll it out right now before Christmas would be doing it too much of a piecemeal effort and might lose some of the benefit of what sounds like it has great potential to be a good program. So I would support doing the further research, the further outreach, and then rolling this thing out in an organized fashion.
Okay, so that seems to be the consensus of the board. So do we need an actual motion then, or just direction to work out the details of this program and bring it back to the board in January?
Madam Chair, board members, staff having this direction, and then when we bring it back in January, we'll make sure we prepare the necessary documentation so the board can take action.
Perfect. Good.
Madam Chair, I have a quick follow-up question for...
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question is, should we in some way commit to the county is willing to consider a number, and up to $1 million if we can do a partnership, or if we can form the alliance necessary to be successful? Is there any need for us to identify a commitment at this time?
Supervisor Patty, the current direction and also the documentation that Mr. Solis brought, he will go out there and, provide feedback back to the board, especially based upon those communications with the outside agencies, and bring forward that funding request at that board action time frame. So I don't believe additional authority is needed for staff.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you, Mr. Solis. We'll see you back in January with some more exciting information.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now we're going to, do we have any additional public comments?
Not at this time, Madam Chair, thank you.
Great, thank you. Then we're going to move to the consent calendar, and are going to pull items 5 and 7. Are there any other consent? We're going to pull those for discussion and separate vote. Are there any other items that any member of the board wishes to pull? Okay, then up first is item number 5. We've had some additional correspondence on this item, and so our Human Resources Director, Brandy Hopkins, and County Counsel Miles are going to update the board.
Good morning, Chair Miller, members of the board, CEO Nino, County Counsel Miles. Thank you for this opportunity to provide you some additional information today. As the board is aware, item 5 is the appointment of Mr. Balaji as the Director of Public Works to San Joaquin County effective December 21st of 2020. Late Friday afternoon and over the weekend, Mr. Balaji learned that some of the retirement calculations that he thought from moving from different systems between CalPERS and 1937 Act were not what he anticipated. And he contacted County Counsel and Human Resources to request that, adding into his base pay approximately $42,000. When we made the original request, he was returning to our organization at step 5 at $192,275 annually, with a fringe benefit package that's consistent with our employees that are in the executive bargaining unit. That executive bargaining unit includes a cafeteria allowance that allows us to purchase our health care for about approximately $24,000 annually, a car or vehicle allowance for about $7,000 annually, and then 15 days of vacation cash out at approximately $11,000 under Mr. Balaji's conditional job offer. So his request is that that's rolled into his base pay and that he doesn't receive those fringe benefits that would be included for other members of the executive bargaining unit. With that, the board also needs to consider that members of the executive bargaining unit use the cafeteria allowance to purchase health insurance at full cost. So whether that would be the expectation if approved, or if Mr. Balaji would be eligible for the 80-20 split that other county employees who do not receive a cafeteria plan are eligible for. The additional cost related to his salary request at about $234,411, there's an additional retirement cost of about $20,000 annually that would be included in that as well. So for the county contribution, it's an additional $20,000. Are there any questions that I can answer for the board?
Yes. And so it's my understanding that this request is so that because the fringe benefits are not pensionable, so they don't factor into a retirement pension, correct?
Because of the way, and I'm not a retirement expert, but because of the way Mr. Balaji has moved in and out of the CalPERS system and in and out of the 1937 Act system that San Joaquin County participates in, you are correct, Chair Miller, that those fringe benefits that I outlined, the cafeteria, the vehicle allowance, and the 15 days of vacation cash out would not be part of his pensionable calculation, his final average salary calculation.
And so if this change is made and it does become part of his pensionable compensation, there's beyond the amount that the county has to contribute as a percentage of payroll to the pension system, the system itself will be paying out a larger amount upon retirement for the rest of Mr. Balaji's life.
That is.
So what's that added amount?
That is not something that we've been able to calculate at this time. But we know that the rates for 2021 are about 46%. But when he goes to cash out, he may be receiving, you may have, as the board, approved additional salary increases. So there's a lot of factors into that final average salary calculation that we have not predicted at this time.
Okay. Any other questions? Supervisor Villaputua?
Thank you, Chair. It's my understanding that when Mr. Balaji accepted the position, he reached out to Joanna Schick from the SJ Sarah, and she presented him exact offer, what he was looking for, what we offered, and he resigned from his job. And then after he resigned from his job, she presented a whole different scenario. Is that correct?
So I wasn't part of those conversations that Mr. Balaji had with SJ Sarah, but I do understand that he did have some initial conversations with her, and that there is a lot of nuances because of the PEPRA rules that went into effect in around 2012. And as she discovered additional information, she shared that with Mr. Balaji.
Yeah, but she shared it from after he resigned. County Council, do you see an issue here?
Well, I don't know that I see an issue here, but what you have outlined is my understanding of the facts, is that when he was presented with an offer, Mr. Balaji did confer with the Retirement Association on what elements would be included in the calculation of his, for final compensation as far as the state portion of his pension. He was provided one piece of information, and then late last week, Ms. Schick received, whether it's clarification or additional information from outside counsel on this matter, and based on that, she provided additional information which was different than what he had originally been informed.
Right. My concern is that, he's a former county employee. We're presenting an offer to an employee, and we give him a scenario, and he resigns from his job, and then when he's about to come over, we give him something else. I think it's unacceptable. That's my opinion. And we should stand by what we offered. And he even did the homework and reached out to the Retirement Association, and they gave an answer. He resigned, and we need to step up and accommodate this man.
Supervisor Wynn?
Just a quick question. Is anybody else in this classification arranged their benefit package to be used as total compensation? The dollar amount, obviously not all the benefits, but the dollar amount. Do we have anybody in that category, or have ever had anybody in that category that's had that type of arrangement?
So Supervisor Wynn, I conferred with our Deputy Director of Human Resources, Kathy Harris, to make sure I had the history. And to our knowledge, there isn't anybody in the executive bargaining unit that has arranged for this. There are several employees, as you're aware of, who are your direct appointments, such as the CAO, County Council, that have a unique situation, but not an individual that was in the executive bargaining unit.
Okay, so this would be a new precedent, I guess, for lack of a better term?
It could be, yes.
All right, thank you.
Through the chair, if I may, because I want to clarify that because of Mr. Balaji's particular circumstances of coming in and out of the systems, his position different than some of the existing members of the executive who are tier one under the retirement system. And so some of those elements, such as the cafeteria plan and the car allowance for some of the existing executives, those will count as part of their calculation for their final compensation. As we see that based on the Alameda decision that came out 6 weeks ago or so, and changes that are being made kind of statewide through the 37 Act, retirement associations, there's the potential for changes, even for existing employees, into what the Retirement Association may consider as included in that calculation for final compensation going forward. But those are determinations that are yet to be made by the Retirement Association. Certainly, there is the possibility that as new executives come into the county, if they're coming from outside of the organization, that you may see similar requests from those individuals because of interplay with these various decisions and PEPRA and how that is affecting retirement projections.
Okay. So what you're saying is that potentially this may be an option in the future.
I believe so. I believe that it may be something that the county has to look at to address recruitment and retention issues. Yes.
Okay. All right. But Ms. Hopkins, no matter, I mean, I guess if we agree to this change, there is going to be an additional expense to the county, whether it be in the initial contribution to the retirement or in the subsequent retirement calculation, or at least payments after his retirement, correct?
Yes, Supervisor Wynn.
We don't have any idea what that cost would be other than the $20,000.
The current estimate is $20,000.
That's just our contribution.
Correct.
It doesn't play into the retirement allowance after his retirement.
No, it does not.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Supervisor Elliott?
Yes. Question here for County Council. You were talking about the effects of various court decisions, et cetera, and how that's changing the way the retirement is figured. So a question then concerning Mr. Balaji's specific situation here. Is there anything that would be considered to be unfair if we were to go ahead and just allocate all of his compensation as salary rather than as compensation plus benefits? Is there anything that would be that could be construed as giving him some advantage over others, or is it just an acknowledgement of the fact that his situation is different and the whole landscape is now changing, and therefore this is just a logical way to ensure that he doesn't put himself at a disadvantage when it comes to his pension benefits?
Supervisor Elliott, I don't believe that it's unfair in any way because, specifically as you stated, because of his kind of unique circumstances, and what the board is being asked to consider is a response to those unique circumstances, which do include sort of the changing landscape.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe we have we made a choice to bring in our Public Works Director, and there's some information that was changed on his behalf, unanticipated, but nonetheless, I think that this county needs to follow through on its recruitment process, and it's unfortunate that S.J. Sarah had some new information that changed in the last 11th hour, but I do not believe, I agree with Supervisor Villapudua, that doesn't change the obligation we made to him, the commitment he made, the resignation he put in, and the actions that were put into place to bring him back and for him to come back over to the county. So I think we just finish this up and make the amendments as necessary and move forward with Mr. Balaji returning as our Public Works Director that we've all decided upon.
Okay, and then the other question is that the expectation then is that Mr. Balaji pays for his own health insurance. He doesn't also get an additional
The 80-20 split.
80-20 split from the county, because the initial cafeteria plan was for his benefits, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, everybody?
Just curious, is that, so it's basically going to be the same thing? He's just going to pay for his own insurance, so we're going to give him the difference between his retirement? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and Supervisor, that's what we do today for members of the executive bargaining unit who receive that additional $24,000.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, all right. So it's my understanding that because, and I'm going to turn this to County Council, because it's my understanding he's had conversation with Mr. Balaji, and to make these changes, we're going to need to bring this item back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, staff's recommendation, and council agrees with this, and I have spoken with Mr. Balaji, and he he is on board with this idea also. There is a specific government code statute that requires that when the board is making changes to compensation, that the board also consider the impacts that it has on the retirement system, as well as there's certain information that has to be included on the notice for the agenda. Although we believe that while the statute wasn't designed for this specific situation, that this specific situation sort of falls within at least the shadow of it, and that it's appropriate for, given if the board will give direction to staff as far as the contract elements, which I believe you have already done, we will prepare a contract for Mr. Balaji that will address those elements, and then that will be agendized for the first meeting in January.
Okay, is that acceptable to everyone on the board? Okay, this item is pulled for today, and it will come back to the board revised per the input from the board today. It will come back on January 5th.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Miller, members of the board.
Thank you. Okay, and the other item to be pulled for a separate vote is item number 7. And I'm going to turn this to County Council because he did provide some guidance to us. We have our Registrar of Voters here as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item, trying to be succinct about it, this item comes from Reclamation District 1614, and it regards the appointment of members to the Board of Trustees for the Reclamation District. One individual, there were 2 positions that are open on the board. One individual submitted the required nomination papers and is deemed a nominee. Because the number of nominees were less than the number of positions that were vacant to be filled, the Water Code directs that the Board of Supervisors is to appoint the nominee. The direction under the Water Code is ministerial in nature. It does not allow for the exercise of discretion by the board. As to the board letter, also identifies an individual, Mr. Kevin Kaufman, who has been recommended by the Board of Trustees for the board to appoint to the second position. Because that one is coming forward only as a recommendation, the board may appoint Mr. Kaufman, or you may appoint any other qualified individual to that place.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Dubroff, do you have anything to add to this?
No, I don't. I think that summarizes it. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions from the board? Okay, I ask that this be pulled for a separate vote. Is it more correct to vote on the entire, the remainder of the consent calendar first, or to take this one up first, Council or Clerk?
It's entirely your discretion, Madam Chair.
Okay. I asked for a separate vote on this. While I understand that this is ministerial and the board really doesn't have discretion, I am familiar with Mr. Gooley, the appointee. I have served on the Flood Control Agency for many years. Mr. Gooley has put that board through a series of vexatious lawsuits. I cannot in good conscience vote to support him for appointment to this reclamation district, which does have some continued dealings with the Flood Control Agency, especially as it pertains to the Smith Canal project. So I have pulled it for a separate vote. I understand the legalities. So I'm going to ask the clerk to please call for the roll. This is, I let's vote on them separately because I do not have an issue with appointing Mr. Kaufman. So if you could take two separate roll call votes, one on appointing Mr. Kaufman, a second one on appointing, ratifying Dominic Gooley, that would be appreciated.
Madam Chair, if you could call for a motion and a second on those two.
I'd like a motion on the appointment of Kevin Kaufman.
So moved.
I will second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Supervisor Villa-Pudua?
Yes.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Supervisor Wynn?
Yes.
Supervisor Elliott?
Yes.
And Supervisor Miller?
Yes. Okay, now I would entertain a motion to appoint Dominic Gooley to the Reclamation District.
Madam Chair, I have a question for you and County Council. What if there is no nomination for this appointment?
Supervisor Patty, through the chair, as I stated that the Water Code 50741, 50742 make it clear that when an individual has submitted the appropriate qualifying documents to the Reclamation District and then qualifies as a nominee, that the board does not really have any discretion for that appointment process.
Understood, but if we do not take an action to vote whether he is or isn't approved, does it just sit in limbo?
It would, the likely outcome of that, Supervisor, would be that an interested individual would obtain a writ from the Superior Court, which then would direct the board to take those, to take the appropriate steps.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Okay, so I am looking.
So one additional clarification here. I think the County Council has already addressed this, but just one more time. So we have no discretion in this thing, but we have to take a vote to confirm the only nominee. Is that correct?
That's correct, Supervisor.
Okay, and if we vote not to confirm, then we are likely to face some type of legal action that will compel us to confirm him anyway.
That's correct, Supervisor. It's a Hobson's choice.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman, I have a question for you.
Yes.
You're telling me that he's caused a lot of problems and he's created a lot of lawsuits?
He's cost the Flood Control Agency about $1 million.
In representation for attorneys?
Yeah, in terms of trying to stop the Smith Canal project. And he's been quite insulting during and disruptive during board meetings. He's, I just, in good conscience, I can't cast a vote to appoint him to this Reclamation District Board. I'm very disappointed in the Reclamation District for not paying attention to what was going on and going out and making some effort to recruit a more positive board member. But this is where we're at today, and
does he have
I appreciate the board's position and the counsel we have received, but my own conscience, I can't vote to seat him.
Is there anybody on the board right now that supports him, not on this board, but on the Reclamation Board? Did anybody support him to be appointed? I
do not know. I have not reached out to the Reclamation District, and so I don't have the background on this election. I don't know what happened.
Through the chair, Supervisor Villa-Pudua, it's my understanding that for this nomination process, it does require landowners within the district to actually support that individual and sign the nomination papers for that person to then qualify as a nominee.
So he does have some support with the landowners?
Apparently, yes.
Okay.
Supervisor Wynn?
Mr. Roth, do we have any idea what the threshold is in regard for meeting the criteria for nomination for that particular position?
No, sir, I don't know the number of signatures needed on that nomination petition for the reclamation district.
Okay. Would it be like 20 or something like that, or would it be more?
Well, for local districts, it is 20, and so I would imagine it would be around that amount, but I would need to look that up.
That's okay. I'm just curious as to, was it like 1,000 or something like that? It's probably 20. The other question is, does anybody know in regards to the number of property owners that are included in this district? Okay. Again, I just curious in regards to the makeup of the district. It's a 3-member board, is that correct, Mr. Miles?
That is correct.
Okay, so Mr. Kaufman and Mr. Gooley, and then whoever the third person it would be the decision makers, so to speak, for that district.
That is correct, Supervisor.
Okay, I understand. I've been in meetings with Mr. Gooley, and I sit on SAJAFC also. I understand Chair Miller's concerns in regards to that, and also in talking to Mr. Miles, I also understand the legal ministerial requirements, so to speak. So it is a question of whether or not that particular individual in that particular position would be an asset or possibly a detriment to the overall operation. So with that, thank you, Mr. Bruff.
Thank you. So at this point, I would entertain a motion to appoint Dominic Gooley to Reclamation District 1614. Supervisor Elliott or Patty, are you interested in moving this item?
Madam Chair, I have sat on SAJAFCA for a couple of years and dealt with the contention and dealt with the frivolous, baseless arguments and literally verbal assaults that Mr. Gooley seems to take extreme liberty with. And like you, in my clear conscience, I cannot endorse, nor in any capacity even make a motion for him to have this position. And if it has to go long cause or through any other cause, so be it. But I would look at any other option but Mr. Gooley. I just can't do it in a clear conscience.
Okay, then.
From my perspective, I don't know Mr. Gully, so I would have to defer to the experiences of the other board members who have had experience with him, and I would defer to one of them to make the motion.
Okay, then it doesn't look like a motion is forthcoming on this particular item, so we'll move on to the rest of the consent calendar.
Just a point of clarification with County Council. So I see there's 2 options here. One is doing nothing. The second option is if a member of the board was so inclined to make a motion to not approve his nomination, so to speak. Is that an option, or you just leave it lie?
Those are both certainly options, Supervisor. Either one will result long-term will end up in the same place. So there's no need to make a motion in the negative.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Chairman, may I make a comment also?
Yes.
I know Mr. Gooley, and I know he's a very intelligent man and very passionate about the water. But on this particular case, I just want to, based on your reasoning and Supervisor Patty, that's why I'm not making a motion, just for the record. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Then, if there are no other items that any board member wishes to pull from consent. I would entertain a motion to approve our consent agenda, 1 through 27, excluding items 5 and 7, which have already been dealt with.
I'll make a motion to accept.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Villa-Pudua?
Yes.
Supervisor Patty? Yes. Supervisor Nguyen?
Yes.
Supervisor Elliott?
Yes.
And Supervisor Miller?
Yes. Okay, thank you. We are going to take a 5-minute break, and we are going to come right back. I apologize. Happen.
For everyone participating telephonically, could you please mute your telephones or computers? To mute your telephone, please press *6. Thank you.
Scheduled public hearing for this morning to consider Planning Commission's recommendation to adopt an addendum to the 2035 General Plan Final Environmental Impact Report for Air Park 599. Kwong.
Chair and members of the board, David Kwong, your Director of Community Development. I'm pleased and actually excited here to be here today to present this project before you. Back in October of this year, as you may remember, the CAO, through both Monica and Adam, brought to you the Master Development Agreement and the Master Lease Terms and the overall financial instruments and strategy for development of this airport. Now with the CDD in the lead for this project for you, we've again worked with the CAO's office, particularly our Public Works office and the County Council's office, to bring forward to you all these master entitlements for action today. This time, it's really the overall master plan development plans and the overall amendments, and basically will allow this project to be shovel-ready moving forward. And finally, also recognizing, of course, we could not do this, of course, without our development partners. Catellis will be here, Sean Wispman again, and really highlighting the aspects of the project for you. So we definitely this has been a true partnership amongst all the departments, as well as our development partner moving forward. So as you may know, this project has been in the works for about 20 years, and frankly stagnant for many of those years. This year, with your board's action on the MDA and now the proposal before you, this is a significant dedication in terms of the staff time and work from all the departments moving forward into this. At the same time, the project we're bringing forward is also consistent not only with the county's general plan, but actually is consistent with the market demand for this type of project, particularly known as the logistical warehousing type of development known in South San Joaquin County. So we're very pleased to bring this for you before you today. This will provide and pave the way for immediacy of 2.4 million square feet of industrial logistical development, and also pave the way for another future million square feet right after that. So what I'm going to do is, after Megan's presentation, staff will be recommending that you adopt the staff and Planning Commission's recommendation for a project that will bring about thousands of jobs into this region. Again, it's going to be consistent with the general plan, with our prior environmental analyses, and with the board's adopted 3-year strategic planning priorities regarding promoting economic development. It will build on the airport uses as well as the surrounding and growing logistical warehouses surrounding this area. You will hear that the project will clear all of the environmental hurdles to allow it to be in a shovel-ready state. Staff and our consultants who are also online today have prepared a thorough and defensible analysis and environmental document for you as consideration. And we've addressed numerous environmental issues, including traffic, air quality, water, and biological resources contained in the record before you as well. There are no new environmental impacts that were not already previously addressed and mitigated. This project actually has a smaller footprint than the previous EIR, and the preparation of the addendum before you and all the supporting documents, as I mentioned, are in the record in response to comments and impacts. The staff's opinion, based upon the analysis prepared, that this project not only meets, again, both the general plan and CEQA, but is also, again, meeting the market needs of this community and the region. Specifically, it is, again, meeting the economic development priorities and specifically focusing on recruiting new businesses and industry, retaining existing businesses and industry that provide jobs with living wages, and is in support of local and new industrial growth. So with that, what I'm going to do is hand this over to Megan to go through more specifics on this project.
Thank you. Good afternoon, or morning still, Chair and Supervisors. This project is comprised of 3 separate applications: a special purpose plan application, a road name change application, and site improvement plan application. Special purpose plan application number PA 2075 is an amendment to the existing Stockton Metropolitan Airport special purpose plan to create a separate addendum for the Airport East development area, which is commonly referred to as Air Park 599. The Air Park 599 Airport East addendum includes updates to the land use layout concepts pertaining to the location of commercial and industrial uses and size of buildings, stormwater, landscaping, and open space requirements. The Air Park 599 Airport East addendum also includes updating the Airport East circulation plan to remove smaller internal streets and reconfigure a portion of South Qantas Lane south of the intersection with East Arch Airport Road. Because the reconfiguration results in a directional change, a road name change is required for a segment of South Qantas Lane. Accordingly, the applicant submitted road name change application number PA 20-176 to rename the new east to west road segment from South Qantas Lane to East Landing Lane. Access to the Airport 599 Airport East area will be provided from driveways located along the eastern side of South Qantas Lane and the north side of the proposed East Landing Lane segment. The applicant also submitted the underlying project, which is site improvement plan application number PA 2076, for the construction of 4 light industrial warehouse buildings totaling 2,419,420 square feet. In addition to this, the applicant may construct additional buildings in the future to include 12,327 square feet of commercial development and 1,050,000 square feet of light industrial warehouse development. The project in its entirety was reviewed with an addendum to the 2035 General Plan Final Environmental Impact Report, which concluded that the project would not result in new impacts not previously analyzed in the 2035 General Plan Final Environmental Impact Report, or General Plan Final EIR, and further environmental documentation for the approval of the project is not required. The project has a general plan designation of APX, which is Airport Multi-Use, and PF, which is Public, and a zoning designation of APX, Airport Multi-Use. The surrounding area includes industrial and educational facilities within the city of Stockton to the north. That works up there. State Route 99 agricultural and larger lot residential properties to the east. So 99 is right along there. A sports complex and produce packing and distribution facility to the south. You can see down there. And then the Stockton Metropolitan Airport and related development to the west. And you can see the runways right there. And this is a copy of the site plan submitted by the applicant depicting the proposed building. So this is more the zoomed out view. And then we have here the up-close detailed view of the light industrial warehouse buildings proposed with the site improvement plan. And you can actually see where potentially that future commercial may go. In 2000, the Board of Supervisors approved the original special purpose plan for the area around the Stockton Metropolitan Airport. The plan area is divided into 4 primary areas, which are Airport East, Airport South, Airport West, and the Air Metro Park. In 2008, the Board of Supervisors approved a master development agreement with Prologis for the Airport East portion of the special purpose plan. The master development agreement was later assigned to Catellus Stockton, LLC, which is commonly called Catellis, in 2013. In October of this year, the Board of Supervisors approved an amended and restated master development agreement to continue working with Catellis on the current Air Park 599 development project strategy, as Mr. Kwong mentioned earlier. The Airport East area has remained undeveloped since the special purpose plan was approved, while other development in the area has occurred. Catellis has submitted the current project to essentially update the maps, figures, text, and tables of the existing special purpose plan to account for the area changes that have occurred over time, as well as to meet current market demand and trends and permit logical development of the site. Katie Anderson prepared a traffic impact analysis dated July 22, 2020, to analyze the project's traffic impacts, near-term conditions, and consider the project's consistency with prior environmental documents that address cumulative long-term impacts. The project includes a reduction in square footage from 7.05 million square feet of office research and development, warehouse distribution, and commercial retail to 3.48 million square feet of industrial with a small amount of commercial. The county received a comment letter from the San Joaquin County Office of Education stating concerns about traffic congestion at the intersections of East Arch Airport and South Qantas Lane and East Arch Airport Road and Giannichini Road during student drop-off and pickup times for the nearby Venture Academy. The traffic study addressed morning conditions when the area schools are operating, and there is the highest potential for traffic impacts related to school traffic at locations noted by the San Joaquin County Office of Education. The traffic impact analysis concluded that the reduced project scope would not result in any new significant impacts. The Community Development Department received a late comment letter on the day of the Planning Commission meeting from the Laborers International Union of North America. The letter questioned the prior inclusion of the project in the 2035 General Plan Final EIR and cited concerns about reliance upon an addendum to the 2035 General Plan Final EIR for the proposed project. However, the original special purpose plan was accounted for as a planned project in the 2035 General Plan and corresponding Final EIR. In fact, General Plan Land Use Goals 10.1 through 10.8 specifically discuss development of the Airport East property at the Stockton Metropolitan Airport. Additionally, in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, an addendum to an EIR is prepared for minor technical changes or additions to an EIR that do not raise important new issues about significant impacts on the environment. At the time the 2035 General Plan and corresponding Final EIR were adopted, the project included 7.05 million square feet of buildings, which has now been reduced to approximately 3.48 million square feet of buildings with the project before you today. ICF prepared an addendum to the 2035 General Plan Final EIR on behalf of San Joaquin County to evaluate the potential environmental impacts of this change to the project. Based on the addendum prepared by ICF, none of the conditions calling for preparation of a subsequent or supplemental EIR would occur as a result of the project, and approval of the project and the final EIR addendum is consistent with the provisions of CEQA, the county's procedures for implementation of CEQA, and the 2035 General Plan. The Laborers Union also stated concern about a fair argument that potentially significant impacts exist. Pursuant to the fair argument standard established by CEQA, if there is substantial evidence in light of the whole record before the lead agency that the project may have a significant effect on the environment, an environmental impact report shall be prepared. The Laborers International Union of North America has not presented substantive evidence that the project will have a significant impact on the environment, and therefore an EIR is not required. There is no substantial evidence that would conclude that a fair argument can be made that the project may have a significant effect on the environment. More specifically, the Laborers Union has not presented substantial evidence of a fair argument in regards to the following potential impacts cited in their letter, which include potential impacts to air quality, farmland, biological resources, and potential impacts from pest control. In regards to air quality, this was analyzed with the addendum and determined to be the same as those under the 2035 General Plan Final EIR, significant and unavoidable. However, emissions would be less overall for the Air Park 599 project because the project changes would result in development of less than half the square footage proposed under the 2035 General Plan for the Airport East property. In addition, the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District reviewed the analyses and did not cite any concerns. The Laborers Union also noted concern about potential impacts to farmland. While the project site has been historically farmed and is currently farmed, it does not carry an agricultural general plan or zoning designation. The project site primarily has a general plan designation of airport multi-use with a small area that is designated as public and a zoning designation of airport multi-use as approved in 1998 with the Airport Master Plan. Since the current land use designations and zoning were approved prior to the county's adoption of the Agricultural Mitigation Ordinance in 2006, the project site was not subject to mitigation of agricultural land to urban use. Additionally, the only nearby areas containing agriculturally designated and zoned property near the project site are on the other side of State Route 99 and south of the Stockton Metropolitan Airport property. No new or substantially more severe impacts would occur to farmland, and no new mitigation would be required. Regarding the laborers' union concern with potential biological resource impacts, the county is a signatory to the San Joaquin County Multi-Species Habitat Conservation and Open Space Plan. Participation in the plan satisfies requirements of both state and federal Endangered Species Acts and ensures that the impacts are mitigated below a level of significance in compliance with CEQA. The applicant has confirmed participation in the plan, and a biologist will perform a pre-construction survey prior to any ground disturbance. Therefore, no additional assessment or identification of potential biological resource impacts is required. Finally, the laborers' union cited concern with potential impacts from pest control measures. Not only is the site limited from using non-incidental amounts of hazardous materials pursuant to the 2035 General Plan Land Use Goal 10.8, but the site would be subject to the rules and regulations of the California Department of Pesticide Regulation and the San Joaquin County Agricultural Commissioner's Office, and will continue to be subject to all state and county rules related to pesticide usage. Additionally, the proposed development of industrial facilities and a small amount of commercial uses is not anticipated to increase the amount of pesticides utilized on site, and any pesticide use would be performed by a licensed company adhering to all state and county regulations. Therefore, no analysis of pest control measures is required. In conclusion, and in response to the laborers' union letter, the project would not result in new impacts not previously analyzed in the 2035 General Plan Final EIR, nor is further environmental documentation required for approval of the project. The City of Stockton Municipal Utilities District will serve the project site for water and sewer. Pursuant to Senate Bill 610 and California Water Code Section 10910, a water supply assessment is required to determine if the proposed water supply will be sufficient for the project. West Yost prepared a water supply assessment for the project site, and based on the analysis, the project water demand within the City of Stockton Municipal Utilities District water service area is not expected to exceed the water supply at build-out under any hydrologic condition. Since the City of Stockton Municipal Utilities District is a water purveyor, West Yost forwarded the water supply assessment to the city for concurrence. The city sent a letter dated December 1st stating that they concur with the determination. Because the project is located within the county's jurisdiction, final approval falls upon your Board of Supervisors. Both the city's letter and the water supply assessment are included with the board package, and the Community Development Department is requesting that the board take action on this item with the board order and resolution pertaining to the water supply assessment. Pursuant to the 2035 General Plan, the county shall encourage the following types of uses within the Airport East property: projects with direct runway access, projects benefiting from airport and State Route 99 proximity, large corporate tenants, and uses that serve employees within the Airport East property. The underlying project for light industrial warehouse buildings will benefit from proximity to the airport and State Route 99 for the movement of goods, and is being developed with large corporate tenants in mind. In addition, the future commercial development will serve employees within the Airpark 599 area. As a result, the project is consistent with the goals, objectives, and implementation measures of the 2035 General Plan. The Planning Commission considered this matter at its regular meeting on November 19, 2020, and voted 4-0 to forward the Special Purpose Fund Amendment, Site Improvement Plan, and Road Name Change applications for approval, along with the addendum to the 2035 General Plan Final EIR for adoption to your Board of Supervisors. This is a photo of the existing Airpark 599 sign located at the intersection of East Arch Airport Road and Pock Lane. And then this photo is from the Arch Airport Road looking southwest towards the project site. The State Route 99 southbound on-ramps are visible to the left. This photo is looking south from the intersection of East Arch Airport Road and South Qantas Lane towards the project site. Recommendation is to adopt the addendum to the San Joaquin County 2035 General Plan Final Environmental Impact Report for the Air Park 599 project at the Stockton Metropolitan Airport. Approve special purpose plan amendment application number PA 2075 based on the ability to make the basis for the special purpose plan amendment. Approve site improvement plan application number PA 2076 with the attached site improvement plan standards. Approve road name change application number PA 2176 to officially rename a portion of South Qantas Lane to East Landing Lane with the attached consistency with road name standards, and to approve the Air Park 599 Phase 1 project water supply assessment pursuant to California Water Code Section 10910 G1. Thank you. This concludes staff's presentation.
Do board members have any questions of staff?
No questions, just a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
I think it's a wonderful opportunity for our county and a great project, and looking forward to seeing it happen. Thank you for all your hard work.
Supervisor Elliott, do you have any questions for staff?
No questions. I'd just like to say the same thing, basically, that Supervisor Villaputo had just said. This project has been in the works for so many years that it's just really gratifying to see it finally coming to fruition here. And I'm just glad to see that we've been able to drag this thing across the finish line.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty, do you have any questions for staff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along the lines, just a big congratulations that we are here today to move it forward and finalize this process. The one question I do have is, when is the vision of completion as proposed? I know there might be something more in the future, but is there a construction plan at this time?
Chair, and through the chair, Supervisor Patty, the developer is here. They want to start immediately, should the board approve it, in terms of starting with the public road improvement plans. So that set forth the construction time for the buildings thereafter, with both them doing some development and then subleasing to other developers to do other logistical development as well.
Excellent. Glad to see that it's going to be starting up and moving forward. And I will again volunteer. Supervisor Villaputo has one of those beautiful golden shovels, so he's available on weekends to get out there and help out.
Okay, then if there are no more questions, the public hearing is now open. I'm going to ask the clerk of the board if there is anyone on the line wishing to speak.
Madam Chair, we had a request last week from a member of the public that I believe wanted to speak regarding this, and we do have several others that I believe are on the line as well. I'm not sure if the member of the public is on the line, so I'll call his name. The name that I have here is Edward Reese. Mr. Reese, if you're available, you can unmute your phone now and make your public comments. The second request that I have is for Greg O'Leary. I believe he was interested this morning in connecting telephonically. Mr. O'Leary, if you're on the telephone, you may also unmute your phone now by pressing *6.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Greg O'Leary with Colliers International. Appreciate your time today. I've been involved with this project since the inception, and so I've kind of lived it with everyone else at the county. Today is really a fantastic day that this project will come to fruition. It's an outstanding business park concept from our perspective. Before I talk more about, I'm going to give you a little background on what's going on in the market so you can see how this project fits in. But first of all, I would like to let our county administrator know that I know when she first came to San Joaquin County, we had an opportunity to sit down and talk about this project. After sharing my thoughts about the project and how it should be entitled, she picked up on it very quickly and said, this should be an outstanding regional business park and not an office flex project. And so she went to work with her staff, Adam Brucker and others, working with the Planning Commission, commissioners and yourselves to make this a reality. So I give your staff and and the board so much credit for having the guts to move this forward. The other point I want to make is your timing couldn't be better. While there's so many issues facing us in the world today with COVID, the area of commercial real estate that stands out is the industrial sector. Our market is considered a regional hub very similar to the Inland Empire of Southern California. Anyone who wants to move goods and services throughout Northern California ultimately will move and find a facility in San Joaquin County. The use changes that are taking place in the East Bay, many of those industries are not necessarily welcome like they used to be, and they're all moving this way. So compliments to the county on their work. I'm going to give you a brief overview of what's taking place in the market so you have a better understanding why these decisions on this project are so critical. First of all, the industrial market in San Joaquin County is in great condition. We've got a great balance of demand along with new construction by a number of institutional developers that are building all around the country, and some of them in Europe and other places. We've got speculative construction underway in Tracy, Lathrop, Stockton, with new projects planned in Manteca. Our firm, which will be marketing this project, we're tracking just under 100 active requirements focused in San Joaquin County from Mountain House, Tracy, Lathrop, Manteca, Stockton, and Lodi. Pardon me. Today, occupiers are seeking both to lease and to purchase. With interest rates as low as they are, we're experiencing a record number of prospects looking to own. Obviously, the demand drivers for us here, cost of doing business in the greater Bay Area is pushing industry to the east. Obviously, our available labor pool, opportunities for home ownership, enough land for expansion capabilities, and then larger sites for larger requirements. Of the 100 projects that I kind of referenced, I'm going to break them out in square footage sizes. We've got 15 requirements seeking facilities from 500,000 to 1.5 million square feet. We've got approximately 14 looking for space in the 250 to 500,000 square foot range, 42 occupiers looking for 75,000 square feet to just under 200, and about 35 prospects looking from 40 to 75,000 feet. Some of the other trends in our market include there's an uptick in rail demand with manufacturers utilizing raw product. Same is true in the food industry. The most active sector is by far logistics and transportation. There's such a need today in this time to get goods and services and food to market, and therefore being a logistics hub, San Joaquin County and Stockton, we're seeing the fruits of that. Some of the other demands we're seeing are from truck terminals. The more logistics demand there is, the more truck terminals we see. A little bit of information about the evolution of some of the buildings that are being constructed these days. When I started in the business, the clear height in buildings was 24 feet. Then it moved to 26, then to 28, on to 32. A few years ago, the clear height for buildings over 200,000 feet went to 36-foot clear. Prologis, that's got the International Park of Commerce in Tracy, was the first developer in the country to build, on speculation, a 40-foot clear building. And now we're seeing 42, and Prologis is planning to build a 50-foot clear building in West Tracy. So with that said, again, I'm just reiterating, the timing couldn't be better to bring this project to market. It's well located. You've got great access to both Highway 99 and I-5, and you've got some visibility there. The developer here, Catellus, is going to do a great job with the project. They've got a national reputation. They did the Mission Bay project south of Market, which included the Pac Bell Park. I don't know if many of you know that, but you might take a look at their website. And they're nimble, make decisions quickly, and react. So we're delighted to be involved in the project, and I congratulate the county and the Board of Supervisors for moving forward with this project.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary.
Next, we have James Alcorn. Mr. Alcorn, if you would like to address the board, you can go ahead and press *6 to unmute your telephone and speak at this time. Okay, I will call next on Lou Carpenter. Lou Carpenter, if you'd like to address the board at this time, you can press *6 to unmute your telephone. You may go ahead and speak now. I'll check. I believe that there were possibly 3 others, but I did not see them in the meeting. I'm going to call on those now. Greta Brownlow. Ken Anderson. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Barlow.
Oh, I'm just saying I'm standing by just in case there are questions. I work for ICF.
Thank you. Ken Anderson. Or Amy Kwong. If there's anyone else that
from what?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mrs. Kwong.
Oh, yes, I'm from West Yost, and I was just on standby for questions.
Okay, thank you. If there's anyone else that I did not call that wishes to speak at this time, please go ahead. State your name. I'm not aware of any others, Chair Miller. Thank you.
Great, thank you. If there are any other speakers who were not called and wish to speak on this item, you can press *6 now. Okay, seeing no other comments, the public hearing is now closed. I'm going to bring it back to the board for any final comments and action.
Chair, here. Did you want to hear from the Catellus folks?
Certainly, if they're here and wish to speak, absolutely.
Thank you.
I wasn't sure if they were just here for questions or not.
Good afternoon, Chair Miller and fellow supervisors. My name is Sean Wiskiman with Catellus, and I'll be brief. I'm sure everybody's hungry, but I wanted to take an opportunity here to thank staff. I was reflecting in the audience as when we first started really in earnest talking about this project and these amendments and this process and really building the roadmap was over a year ago, when we would huddle in tight quarters at county conference rooms and we would roll out plans and we would interact, and nobody was on the phone. We were all there, and it was a really interesting to go through this process. And one of the things I think is most important is that when the impacts of COVID hit earlier in the year, that momentum never stopped. We were able to quickly pivot to other means where people were spread out. We were on phones. We learned how to video conference together. We learned how to, the different means, but the work kept going. And I think that was a testament to sort of the team and the collaboration and the partnership that we've been able to generate with the county. And so I wanted to just certainly appreciate all of the help from the county, from yourselves, and certainly Ms. Nino. You will be very missed. Your help and support and drive has been key to getting all of this hard work done. I mean, you've seen the presentation from staff. There's a tremendous amount of work that has gone into this, and has your fingerprints all over it. So we really appreciate it. So we're on to following today an implementation and execution phase where the detail gets, which is the fun part. And I'm joined here by Bill Kennedy, who runs our construction for Catellus. And this is really where we like to get into the details, to get into the plans and generate those plans that we'll be working with the county staff in the new year to implement and execute. There's a lot of really positive things with this project. One of the things that was brought up in October when we were here before you for the amended and restated master development agreement was, what can the project do to help the regional rec center, which is our neighbor directly to the south, and just wanted the board to know that those discussions have begun with County Park and Rec as well as county staff. We've also had a chance to meet with Supervisor Villarpudua, who we've talked through some ideas, including how to improve access, how to improve signage, how to even potentially utilize some of the land around the rec center for a dual purpose detention basin for development parcels surrounding us that could be used during the wetter months and could be programmed for active park use in the drier months. And those are just some of the many ideas that we've begun to consider and look forward to advancing those discussions. We certainly think there's an opportunity and good synergies between our development project and the regional rec center next to us. So with that, I want to say thank you, and we're certainly here for any more questions, but appreciate the opportunity to address you today.
Thank you, and we appreciate your willingness to hang in there through this long process. You've been a great partner, and I think we're all pleased to see this moving forward.
Us too. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay, then I'm going to bring this back to the board. Comments and or motion.
Rebecca, I was going to ask Sean in regards to, are you responsible for the widening of Arch Road?
So as the master developer, we will be working through the infrastructure improvements, which in some cases does include widening portions of Arch Airport in this first phase, in addition to the Arch Airport widening, realignment of Kiwanis Lane, the construction of the new East Landing. Those will all be those plans generated by Catellus, processed and approved by us and constructed by us through this phase.
Okay, so I take it by first phase that means, as you start to construct your project, that will be one of the elements that you will probably be working on. Is that correct? Okay, I appreciate that, because it's kind of distracting to drive down Arch, and you got the 2 lanes and you got all the signals and all the things that are going on. So it really had, from my vantage point, a benefit in regards to traffic that obviously goes from 99 to 5, especially with the truck traffic, and I know you're aware of all this. So anyway, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Certainly, yeah. And Ken Anderson from Katie Anderson generated our traffic study, and it was a big part of studying traffic impacts. And
Great. Thank you. I just make a couple of quick comments. As everybody's already said, and obviously it's in Supervisor Villapudra's district, but it does affect the entire county. And one of the things that we didn't touch upon, but I know that Russell Stark, our airport director, has been working very hard in regards to the logistics part of that. And I think obviously with our airport and certainly the growth, and if you look at the Inland Empire and the growth of their airport as far as capacity, I think we hopefully will follow their lead. So I think that's a great addition. I think it's a great project. Supervisor Villaputra, I know, is very interested in the athletic component of it, recreational aspect, because let's face it, we need more recreational opportunities for our youth and certainly for the parents to participate. So anyway, I want to thank staff for their presentation. I think it was right on. I am kind of curious. All these questions and points regards from the laborers union. I don't get it. I mean, it seemed like they were really grasping towards the end to find some way to stop this project, and I can't understand why anybody would want to stop this project, considering, especially all the comments by Mr. O'Leary, and certainly the potential for this region and this county. It would seem to me that, especially a laborers union, which obviously their members should benefit somewhere along the way. But that side, I appreciate their interest. Again, a great job. It's going to be a great project, and I also, it has been mentioned, but I know Ms. Nino has been very actively involved in that, and especially in the negotiations with other municipalities. So I think you've done an outstanding job, and I know it's a team effort, but I think you were a key part in getting this, as has been said, dragged across the finish line. So thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Anyone else for final comments, or else I will entertain a motion?
We'll make a motion to accept.
Second.
Oh, Supervisor Patty beat you by a hair, Supervisor Elliott. So Supervisor Patty's got the second on that one. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Villa-Pudua?
Yes.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Yes.
Supervisor Elliott?
Yes.
And Supervisor Miller?
Yes. Congratulations, everyone. Monica, this must feel good. This is your last meeting, and you spent a lot of time on this one, so.
Madam Chair, board members, this is a very proud moment for me, but especially on behalf of staff. They've just been incredible. Catellis has been a patient partner, so thank you. I can't thank you enough. And Mr. O'Leary, he is right on. He did reach out to me early on in my time here and said, we need to get this done, and he was right on. And Catellis has been incredible, and community development, Megan, David, and your team, I got to tell you, Adam, you guys have been a phenomenal county team. So I thank you, Madam Chair. I thank you, board members, for being patient with me. And unfortunately, it didn't happen fast enough, but I'm very happy that it happened today.
But it got done, so thank you. Okay, we are going to move on to a second public hearing. Consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to accept the Mountain House Jobs Housing Review final report.
Chair, members of the board, I'm going to defer to John Funderburg, who's really the master of Mountain House here. So.
Kind of wet. All right. Always a pleasure to come before this board and bring good news, and I'm glad to be here this afternoon, especially just to witness the airport project and also to be here for the Mountain House project. Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to introduce and acknowledge the consultant, Catherine Hansford, with Hansford Economic Consultant. Catherine has been working with staff on this report and was extremely helpful in pulling data and preparing this report. She's available after the staff presentation to answer any additional questions. Thank you, Catherine. To begin, this item for discussion is a review of the progress made by the Jobs Housing Program in achieving a balance between jobs and housing in Mountain House. This reviews the program's first analysis of the jobs housing for the Mountain House community, and the role of the Planning Commission in this effort was to provide recommendations to your Board of Supervisors regarding the Planning Commission's review of the report. This review was tentatively scheduled by the Community Development Department staff for early this year, but because of the recent COVID-19 pandemic, it was rescheduled for today's Board of Supervisors hearing. Jobs Housing Program objectives. The objective of the Jobs Housing Program is to ensure that jobs and a corresponding amount of affordable housing are available to working residents in Mountain House. The primary long-term goal of the program for Mountain House is to achieve a jobs housing ratio of 0.99 at build-out, meaning that for every new home built in Mountain House, 1 new job is created in the community. The jobs housing program is intended to be market-driven rather than agency-controlled. As such, the primary emphasis of this jobs housing program is to rely on market forces to attain desired jobs housing goals rather than an overt governmental action such as restricting residential development to correct jobs housing imbalances. Implementation. As discussed in the Mountain House Master Plan, one of the implementation measures of the program is to conduct periodic jobs housing reviews. It states the Board of Supervisors shall hold a public hearing referred to as a jobs housing review to review the progress of the program at the following specified times. Prior to any approval of any specific plan which contains residential development, but no sooner than 2,000 residential units have been constructed. When 4,000, 8,000, 12,000, and 16,000 residential units have been completed and annual monitoring information is available, and at any other time determined appropriate by the Board of Supervisors. This jobs housing review has been prepared because more than 4,000 homes have been completed and monitoring information in commercial industrial development is now available. This report does the following, and is provided in attachment 8 in your board packet. It provides an analysis indicating whether jobs to housing ratios as specified in the master plan have been achieved, supports the recommendations of the Planning Commission based on the analysis provided by staff to the Board of Supervisors concerning this first jobs housing review, and enables the Board of Supervisors to take one or more several master plan required actions if the board determines that the jobs housing targets are not being met. Findings of the report. The primary findings report is that the jobs to housing balance is not as high as projected at this stage of development Mountain House. As indicated by the minimum ratios and the best case ratios, the master plan projects a best case ratio of 0.79 and a minimum ratio of 0.70 with development of 4,000 housing units. This report, however, determined the best case ratio of being 0.17 with 5,932 units completed at the end of 2018 and a minimum ratio of 0.09. As discussed in the report, because of the lagging behind of market forces, notably the inventory of vacant commercial industrial acres in competing areas, the changing commercial and industrial uses of the land economy becomes more driven by e-commerce, the Great Recession of 2006 to 2012, and more recently the COVID-19 pandemic, there has really been no real jobs to housing ratio achieved. Also, there are other factors outside of the master developer and the county control that influence the jobs to housing ratios. The U.S., California, and local state economy, the economic cycles of high growth and low growth, high unemployment and low employment are typical. The trend in land use and job creation as a greater volume of business transactions are conducted over the internet, and e-commerce is growing, and land uses are responding to the changing needs of industry. Current job creation efforts. There are several programs aimed at job creation, and the most active and successful, which is being a partnership. The partnership is focused on highlighting opportunities in San Joaquin County, which includes proximity to high technology innovation in the Silicon Valley and a low cost of living compared to the Bay Area. San Joaquin Partnership particularly targets growth of the following industries. The industries being biotech, wholesale distribution, and warehouse. The county also formed a business team, San Joaquin, linking economic and community development staff from the 7 cities in the county in a bi-monthly exchange of information, education, and economic development techniques. In addition to the job creation efforts, there have been a number of commercial office, retail, and industrial projects in the community that have recently been improved. As such, they have not been included in the report in terms of their contribution of jobs and creation. However, they will be highlighted in this presentation. These projects will only help create a synergy for further development in the Mountain House community. These next few slides will provide a picture of future economic development projects and jobs for the Mountain House community. At the final build-out of these projects, it is estimated that more than 3,000 jobs will have been created in Mountain House. The first being the Mountain Technology Center. Building permits have been filed for the first industrial park project at Mountain House titled Mountain Technology Center. The construction of this park included a complex of 5 integrated light industrial, office, technical, and manufacturing buildings with plazas and courtyards. The project is located immediately east of Neighborhood F at the northeast corner of Mustang Boulevard and De Anza Boulevard. The project is estimated to produce 895 jobs. the Old River Industrial Park, a construction services heavy operation which was recently approved by your Board of Supervisors last week to include the utilization of an existing 5,800 square foot building and construction of a 12,000 square foot office and warehouse building. The project site is being developed as a regional operations headquarters and heavy staging equipment for a civil infrastructure engineering firm. These are the future elevations of the proposed new 12,000 square foot office and the overall site plan for the future construction services heavy operation. This project is estimated to produce 78 jobs. Neighborhood E, Mountain House Family Center. A new commercial and retail plaza development project in Neighborhood E will include the construction of an 18,126 square foot multi-use building and a 12,560 square foot preschool building. The project site is located at the northwest corner intersection of Mustang Way and Central Parkway. So if you were in Mountain House and you were at the high school, it'd be kitty corner straight across from there. And it'd be a complementary project to the Neighborhood E subdivision. The project is tentatively scheduled to be heard at the Planning Commission hearing scheduled for this Thursday, December 17. The project is estimated to produce 15 jobs, but this number is anticipated to increase to 40 once the project site is developed. Neighborhood D West, Cordis Village Plaza. A new 11,663 square foot commercial retail center is being constructed. Building permits were issued in August of 2019 and site grading has commenced. Once the building construction is completed, the structure will contain 8 tenant spaces on a 1-acre neighborhood commercial site and is estimated to produce 24 jobs, but once the site is developed, it will probably produce about 50 jobs. Neighborhood C Child Care Center. A new 7,800 square foot child care center and enclosed play area is to be constructed. This project site is estimated to produce 24 jobs. Neighborhood D East, Mustang Square Commercial Center. This project site is located at the corner of Mustang Way and Central Parkway. And it will include the first gas station and car wash and full service restaurants for the Mountain House community. And this is the location. Building permits have been submitted and construction is scheduled to begin in spring of 2021. The project site is estimated to produce 140 jobs. These next few slides will include the future town center and downtown for Mountain House. In this slide, this is phase 1 of the future town center consisting of building, grading, and street improvements which have been constructed and final. The next few slides will show the future retail commercial shopping plaza to be located at the southwest corner intersection of Byron Road and Mountain House Parkway. These are elevations and design renderings of the future Safeway grocer to be located there. There's some additional good news that I'd like to share with the board today. It is my pleasure to let you know that Safeway submitted their building permits last week, and the project is expected to be completed in the spring of 2022. Additionally, improvements for the future downtown town center include the construction of Main Street and the new town hall, CSD administration building and library, which has been completed and is occupied now by the Mountain House Community Services District staff. If you were to go to Main Street now and you go to Mountain House, that would be the beginning and what I want to call the bookends for the downtown. So you have the Safeway at one end of the bookend and you have the CSD administration building at the other bookend of Mountain House. So it kind of creates the anchor and synergy for all the development that's going to be going on over the next few years in the Mountain House community. It is estimated that over 2,000 jobs will be produced once the town center is completed and fully built out. Final comments. In conclusion, based on the information and analysis provided in the report, staff offers the following final comments to the board supervisors to consider. Market forces will dictate the types of non-residential development in Mountain House. However, there may be a need for additional flexibility in the types of land uses permissible, given the changing nature of business in an increasingly internet-driven economy and the need for a changed retail experience, since shopping is increasingly being conducted online. Assuming that current market trends continue, it may be appropriate to consider at the next jobs housing review, which we were bringing forward at 8,000 completed homes, the expansion of the job attraction program in the master plan to include selected transportation wholesaling business activities, somewhat similar to what's being done out at the airport, that stimulate economic development. Recommendation. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors find that no action or revisions to the current Mountain House Jobs Housing Program are necessary at this time because although the jobs ratio is less projected by the master plan, it is because of these mitigating circumstances that affected the rate of commercial industrial development, and therefore the jobs housing achievement in Mountain House has not been obtained, i.e. the Great Recession between 2006 to 2012, minimal commercial industrial development due to the lag in the economy, and the COVID-19 pandemic. It is also recommended that the board defer action to revise or change the jobs housing program until after the next jobs housing review of 8,000 homes has been completed and when more commercial industrial development has occurred and jobs become available. And any revisions to the jobs housing review at that time shall consider real-time market trends. Also, direct community development staff to begin working with the master developers and so they can evaluate what industries and businesses should be targeted for location in Mountain House to increase the jobs or otherwise recommend appropriate actions or revisions to the jobs housing program prior to the next jobs housing review. Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board for staff at this time? Supervisor Elliott?
No questions, just congratulations on bringing this forward and completing the initial jobs housing report. I certainly concur with the recommendations there. There's been a lot of great progress in more recent years now in terms of development starting to occur out there. I'm especially happy to see that the Safeway is finally going to go in. That's been a topic of discussion out in the Mountain House for several years now. So great to see that it's finally coming around to fruition.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty, do you have any questions for staff?
I'm good. Excellent report from Mr. Funderburg and staff, so thank you all. Very good.
Thank you. Okay, then I'm going to open the public hearing. And do we have any members of the public wishing to speak?
Madam Chair, I've not received any requests to speak publicly, but I will double check just to see if anybody is participating. Please go ahead and press *6 to unmute your microphone, and you may speak now for the public hearing. I've also not received any written public comments for this item.
Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? All right. The public hearing is now closed, and I'm going to bring it back to the board for any final comments and motion to approve the recommendations.
Move to approve staff recommendations.
We'll second the motion.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Villapudua?
Yes.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Yes.
Supervisor Elliott?
Yes.
Supervisor Miller?
Yes.
Chair, real quick. I thought we were going to have a presentation by Catherine, so I was going to hold my questions till after she had presented. But I do have a couple of questions. If it's, I understand the vote, and it's not a problem. But I do have some questions in regards to the jobs homes ratio. My experience is that when businesses come into town, the employees that they hire don't normally live in town. In other words, we can talk about ratios all we want, but the reality, especially we talk about some of the growth that's expected, and certainly the Tracy Mountain House area, there's no guarantee that the people who work in those facilities will actually live in Mountain House. So how do we make the determination as to the actual success of these goals when we don't have any idea? And maybe we do track them, but how do we know that actually the houses we're building are occupied by people who actually work on these businesses that we develop?
The opportunity to speak today. You make a really good point. And in fact, if you look in the report and you see what the jobs to housing ratios are in many of the other communities that Mountain House is compared to, and those are along the Altamont corridor, so Tracy, Livermore, Pleasanton, and Manteca, you'll see that those ratios are all over the place. I think Pleasanton's something like 1.7, and Manteca or some of the closer ones, Tracy, were more like 0.5, 0.6. So oftentimes, communities will look for a larger region to look at what that jobs to housing ratio is rather than just zoning in on one small area. And that ratio of 1 is, as you said, it's a goal. It's not a must-do, die type of measurement. And the goal of these jobs housing reviews is to track and take a look at how that ratio is moving. In terms of how do you determine if it's successful or not, that's a larger question. Other things that are looked at in the report is what are the wages like compared to other wages in the area. The wages, but the unemployment is low in Mountain House compared to other areas. There's a lot of strong economic indicators that go with Mountain House, even at the just 4,000 homes built mark. So
it's kind of, and I'm through the chair. I just want to add that when Mountain House was first developed, the new urbanism principles for job housing growth was looked at and reviewed. So it kind of, this is something we're carrying forward that was adopted in the master plan, and it's kind of a check the box to make sure that we're reviewing it through what was already placed in the master plan through stages. And I believe Catherine's correct in regards to identifying how you look at the larger region to compare the jobs housing versus looking at the direct influence and impact in Mountain House.
Okay, I understand that. I guess I get it. You know, years ago when you wanted to obviously bring businesses and jobs into the community, and then build the houses for the people who work there. But if you look at Mountain House or Tracy, or certainly those communities, most of the people who live there work in the Bay Area. I mean, it's a bedroom community, and they grow exponentially. We look at the developments that have been planned, and the people who will be moving there oftentimes will be coming from the Bay Area, because obviously it's more affordable than buying in Pleasanton, Dublin, places like that. So the question arises: we build these houses, and yet on the other hand, we really not generating I want to say jobs, but we are providing homes, and certainly for the developers, they're successful because they're selling market rate. The problem has become, especially with this pandemic, is in the small town or city of Ripon, there's a rental coming on the market that's about, I don't know, maybe 1,800 square feet at the most, which normally goes maybe 1,500 a month. They're asking 3,000. And the question came up from the residents, because obviously they're driving up the prices, is why are you doing that? And because nobody would pay that. Well, the comment was, well, somebody from the Bay Area would pay that. So what happens is we artificially inflate the existing housing. And I understand the jobs issue, but let's face it, if they build 4,000 more houses in Mountain House, I don't know, Bob would know a lot better than I do, but I would suspect probably maybe 50, 75% will be going over the Altamont every day. And a lot of the other ones may be going to the airport, Airport 599 with the jobs that be created there. I just find it difficult to say we're gonna concentrate houses being built and jobs being created in the same location. It just seems obsolete in this economy and in this world. So why are we doing these formula type, programs that were started way back when people would work in the area that they lived? That's just not happening anymore. And I only bring it up because we keep doing these formulas and these programs and these goals and et cetera. And it just, we missed the target with the 4,000. Obviously, we have 6,000. We missed that target. We'll probably miss the 8,000 target too. So why are we jumping through these hoops when, whether it be the market for the sale of the house or the businesses that want to build in these particular locations, let them do their thing. We're going to have cross transportation, whatever, pollination, if you want to use that term, for businesses and houses. I just question why we're going through these hoops and exercises with no real value that I can see.
And through the chair, Supervisor Wynn, those are some really good comments, and I will, review a couple of these things that you're bringing up in regards to looking at different locations and looking at houses and how it affects the market in San Joaquin County. But like I said before, a lot of this was already inherent in what the master plan discusses in the specific plan documents. So as staff, we just bring these forward to your board for consideration.
If I may, Chair, through the Chair, Supervisor, we're doing it because the origination documents requires us to do it. And we're still bounded by those documents. At some point, through the evolution of what's completed here, through the 8,000 and 12,000 review, we're going to have final numbers, but then we're going to fulfill our legal obligation, particularly not only with origination documents that approve Mountain House, but also with settlement agreements with Alameda County and stuff like that. So we have to do it until we don't have to do it anymore.
That makes sense. I understand. It's an obligation that was started way back when they didn't have a vision of the future that we're currently living. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everybody. On to our final discussion item. Today, we are going to have an oral presentation on inmate programs and services and the community car program accomplishments. And I believe Sheriff Withrow is going to kick this off.
All right, good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for allowing us to be here today. We're getting our PowerPoint set up for you. We just wanted to make this presentation here at the end of the year. Throughout the year, I've spoken several times in front of you about some of the things that we're doing out at our jail right now and some of the things we've done throughout our community and how our community car has been impacted, and then we're trying to get it back into place. And so I just kind of wanted to follow up here at the end of the year. We're all going to be going back soon after we get our shots to our morning talks and our afternoon talks and then our evening talks and our weekend events that we go to, and we all get asked these questions about what's going on. And so just wanted to follow up with you and give you that information, and we try and keep you abreast as we go along. So when this pops up on the screen, we're going to start off with some of our inmate programs that we've got into place and are getting into place out at our jail. We also had, I don't know if they handed them out to you, but we've got a couple of the tablets that we're going to talk about here for you. Give you some information on it. There we go. We're up and running. So next slide, we'll go right into the inmate tablets that I just mentioned. So as you heard a while back, we were finally able to institute inmate tablets. And I, like a lot of people in the community, when I first heard this, was kind of taken aback from it. It's a project I walked into and took over. And most people's reactions were, well, we don't want the inmates to have computers or tablets or anything like that. They've violated our citizens and they should be doing their time. And I was kind of that mindset myself until it was explained to me, and what a benefit it has been to our correctional staff, our community, and now to our inmates. And my goal is, as your sheriff, is to put them out better than when they came in and try and give them the opportunity not to have to go back into the way of life that they came into our jail and keep victimizing our citizens. So we deployed these tablets, and let me make it clear for the public that these tablets are one way. They're not like the kind that we have at our house. They are on the intranet, not the internet, and we control all the information that goes in and out of these tablets. So they are no risk to the public. We can turn them off individually as we see fit. And as you'll see, and Assistant Sheriff Williamson will go over this in a second, what they can get on their tablets. But any mail, photographs, anything like that are all cleared before it is given to the inmate. And so I'll let Assistant Sheriff Williamson kind of talk about some of the benefits that and the programs that they have on these tablets, and then we'll move on from there.
Good afternoon, Chair Miller, members of the board. These tablets, like the sheriff said, just offer so many just options and programs that we could offer to the inmates. One, it keeps the family connection stronger. The photographs, the messaging, the email, it just gives quicker and more efficient access to messaging with the family, getting photos of the children and just maintaining that connection. Talking with some of the inmates, that's been one of the biggest things is them being able to, communicate with their family more effectively, more efficiently, and just keeping that in touch that way. Like the sheriff said, everything can be vetted through there by us, so we make sure everything's appropriate. Any photos sent in goes through a clearinghouse first, so we make sure there's not improper things of any kind of negative, criminal, nudity, anything of that nature we're able to vet. It also eliminates a lot of the mail coming into the facility, which unfortunately from time to time we get contraband being mailed in through mostly narcotics, and so this helps eliminate that. And the goal, as we're getting our feet wet and working into this, is to go completely electronic with the mail too. So all mail will be sent in, scanned, and sent to everybody with a tablet. So everything outside of legal mail, which are some legal reasons why we can't just open it and do that. But in addition to the connection to the family is the access to programs, whether it's rehabilitative programs, whether it's educational programs, job programs, law libraries, just there's so many different applications that they can access that are all predetermined and chosen by us to be added onto the system. The system, like the sheriff says, does not connect directly to the internet. It's on an intranet, so we decide everything that's going to be on there, and we have the ability to add more things. And so we have tons of books and resources and rehabilitative programs and educational programs and job search programs that are on here that are at the inmates' at their fingertips at all times. These are issued to pretty much every inmate that comes into custody. They're issued their own tablet, and with the only exception of those that are on discipline for some reason or other, or those that our mental health staff deem that the people are just in a mental health state where this would not, serve any kind of benefit and would be a detriment to everyone's safety or their own if they had it. But for the most part, almost all of the inmates in there, they get these tablets. And so there's two different levels. There's hundreds and hundreds of programs and books and limited music and movies and stuff that are on there already at no cost. There's premium programs that can be purchased by the inmates at a cost that gives them access to even more, and that's kind of your up-to-date music releases, your up-to-date movie releases, and some of your bestseller books, stuff like that. It'll give them access to some of those things. But most of the rehabilitative programs are all on there, or all the rehabilitative programs are all on there for no cost. And so we've seen this as a huge success. The feedback from the inmates is huge. Now, during the COVID pandemic, as we've had to segregate certain groups and isolate groups where sometimes maybe they're spending a little more time in their cells, this has kept any kind of outrage or any complaints down to a minimum. With the, the visits, because we have in-person visiting there at the sheriff's office, and that's been suspended now with the COVID pandemic, is we've been able to offer some free phone calls and stuff through this system so that the inmates could stay in touch with their family through this. So this has drastically decreased our incidents within the jail, the cooperation with staff, because this is a privilege they don't want to lose, and it's also, occupying their time. The idle hands or the devil's workshop is these people are occupied now and with positive reinforcement stuff, and so it's been a huge benefit for us.
And I just want to reiterate that this was no cost to the county. This company supplied these free of charge, and they make their money off of the subscriptions that the inmates themselves pay for. So huge benefit to ourselves, our county, and just makes it a lot safer place for our officers to work. And do we have a video on that? Real quick, we'll show you a quick video. So as you can see, it's a great benefit for us. They can ask for medical assistance. They can do their requests, their commissary, everything through there. And our officers get a chance more just to supervise and make sure it stays safe. And so it's a great program. We're very happy to have that going, and we're lucky to have that. So the next thing that we've got going now is I talked about early on when I came into office about putting them out better than they came in, as I said, and part of that is giving them some skill sets as they go back out. So through the Inmate Welfare Fund, we've been able to purchase the forklift simulator, and again, that's not general fund dollars. This is money that is raised and is in our Inmate Welfare Fund by some of our community corps programs and things like that, and the money that comes from phone calls and all that. And so we've got these forklift simulators. You can see the one in the upper right-hand corner there is a stationary one where they actually sit. They can get certified to be a forklift driver, so when they leave our custody, they can go and get a job at a warehouse and already have a certificate. Now that's been slowed a little bit because of COVID, where we have the teacher to actually do the testing and the certification, but we can get all the skill sets in place right now. And as soon as we get people to get their vaccine and the teachers can come back in, we can certify if that's accurate.
Correct.
And so we've got that one for the ones out at the Honor Farm where they can come to the simulator. And then for everyone else who's in that main housing units and can't come there, we have a suitcase model that we can take into each housing unit. It sets up on a desk. They have their own driving thing in their shift, and that learns to operate. And they wear the goggles that you see here. So as they turn, and you'll see in the videos, they turn their head, it moves with them. And it's an amazing thing, and they too can get certified that way. So everyone will have access to this as long as they're not in trouble or causing problems or anything. So again, no cost to the county, and yet huge impact on our county if they can come out and get jobs and not have to break into our houses and cars again. So you have a video for that. Side there, so the teacher, the instructor, is able to watch what they do, and the inmate has that over there seeing the same thing. That's the portable one that we can take into any housing unit, set it up, and they get the same benefit. I think I myself would get a little seasick doing that, but I think it works really well. Next thing we're going to talk about is Ink Off. It's a tattoo removal program that we're going to have. A lot of times people have made some tough choices as they're growing up, and they want to change their life, and then a lot of times tattoos can hold them back and can be a real detriment to them getting good jobs and things like that. So we're offering this program once we get past COVID, where we've already got it set up where they're going to come in and offer these tattoo removals. So Greg, you want to touch on that anymore?
This is a program that has been utilized here in San Joaquin County by some of our community-based organizations also, and they have a great service where they have two ways of doing it. They have the mobile unit that they could bring right inside the jail into our clinic and then do the tattoo removals there. And they also have a mobile truck, a van, so they could bring out to our honor farm, pull it right in the yard, and we could bring people right into their mobile van there and have the removals done there also. And I think we have a video that kind of really explains the success that they've had locally already.
Dozens of people today going under the needle, not to get tattoos, but to get rid of them. It's part of an event sponsored by Friends Outside for people who have been in jail and want to start a new life.
This Stockton man is getting his tattoo removed because he wants a fresh start.
I had a swastika here on my ring finger, which represented I was married to hate.
Eric Gudelman says the tattoo was a mistake of his past. Eric and about 80 other people came to this free tattoo removal event sponsored by the nonprofit group Friends Outside. The group helps individuals who have been in jail take steps towards self-sufficiency.
It's obviously a potential barrier for employment and safety issues for a lot of the individuals that we work with.
It represented a past in my life where I was moving in another direction away from.
Anthony served time in prison for a crime he committed when he was 15 years old. He says years later, when he was a changed person, a tattoo on his face was still holding him back.
No matter how much I've gained in accomplishing that, society still judges by appearances. And that tattoo was a major, major barrier for me.
He was able to get the tattoo removed and tells young people a tattoo on your face is like wearing a sign.
And they no longer seen that part of my passion anymore because it wasn't advertised to them anymore.
Thank you, my baby.
Robert Mosqueda says he now has a family to think about.
Did a tattoo above my left eyebrow, one on the right side of my neck and on the back portion of my neck. Wanting to really just make myself more employable. I just graduated from college. Being more presentable for myself and for my kids.
So as you can see, an amazing program. Greg, as far as impact, any budgetary impact on that?
Again, this will be funded through our inmate welfare fund, and so there's no county dollar impact.
So this is actual inmate money that's going back to help them. And I keep bringing that up because we kind of had an attack on this last time through our legislators that wanted to pass laws where it would restrict the amount of money that can be charged for inmate phone calls or things like that. And it was almost passed. It didn't pass. I hear it's coming back again. So we'd like your guys' help to keep an eye out for that. And I believe the people who are introducing this, their intentions are good. They don't want people to be charged extravagant amount of money just because they've made a mistake and they've ended up in jail. I understand that. But they don't realize what they're doing is they're hurting the folks they're trying to help by lessening that amount of revenue that comes in. If the county doesn't pick that up, it would have to turn into general funds, and in these times, those are very tight, and if we're not able to pick up those things, then they don't have these programs available to them. So we just want to make sure that the public understands that that money goes directly by law back to the inmates. So the money they use in commissary or for buying services on their tablet and stuff, by law, that can only be spent on benefiting the inmates. And that's exactly what we're doing, and you're going to see what a huge difference this makes as people leave our jail and don't have to go back to that life of crime. So another thing that we're doing, other than ink off, is going to be the truck driving simulator. As you know, there's a huge shortage in our county, our state, our nation for truck drivers. And so we're partnering with some trucking firms. One of them is Freedom Trucking, who is going to be sponsoring some of our inmates. And again, this will be COVID related. Do we have this instrument already on site?
No, we started negotiations to get in contract to purchase one of these, and then COVID hit and the company shut down completely for this time. I'm not permanently, but until the COVID restrictions are lifted.
So as soon as they're ready and we can get them back into our jail, we're going to have this simulator, not unlike the forklift simulator, to get them prepared to be able to pass their trucking test. And then we're starting to partner with trucking companies like Freedom Trucking that will then pick up the costs for them to be able to get their license, get their final behind-the-wheel training, and go out and get a really good paying job now that all the jobs that are available in the trucking business. So we're excited about this one to come in because that's a field that a lot of guys would like to go into. We have a video on this one there.
The Barrage Simulation VS600M Truck Simulator uses real truck parts and state-of-the-art simulation technology to create the driving environment of a real truck. The steering column has the full set of functioning adjustments and controls. The pedals provide realistic force feedback, including free-play. The shifter, with Ranger and Splitter, reproduces any type of truck to allow the drivers to practice on their own. They can select the desired scenario or their truck configuration right from the MFD. The controls on the operator station are simple and intuitive. No computer knowledge is required. Every driver has its own ID, allowing relevant data to be collected and recorded. Change the weather at will. The road friction coefficient adjusts automatically. Wind effect can be felt on the vehicle. Other functions include a quick flip to a helicopter view, scenario replays, and more.
So again, amazing technology to help these guys get ready to get out and get a good job right when they're ready, and they'll have businesses waiting for them, standing in line, I'm sure. So we're looking forward to that one. Any budgetary costs on that one?
No, same thing. It's all being funded through the Inmate Welfare Fund.
So those are some of the things we're doing in custody to get folks the opportunity to get back on their feet. And now on the operational side, I'm going to talk about, we've got one more. I'm sorry. It was ABC NorCal construction training. Talked about this a lot also as far as getting them construction training. We need all hands on deck on that also. And so we have the company that's, as soon as COVID allows it, which should be hopefully in the next few months, allow them to get in here and start giving the basics they need to be able to get jobs in construction. Greg, you want to touch on that at all?
Yeah, this ABC NorCal runs this great apprenticeship program dealing with those who are incarcerated or have been incarcerated. They have a huge training center in Livermore that we went and saw, and they were willing to come in. We would be one of the first jails that they've done it in. They've done it in some state prisons, but we would be one of the first jails that they came in and have ran this program. They do it for construction, for electrical, and for plumbing. And they have several different stages of the training program to fit the need of the organization or the inmate. They have a 2-week program to get them just their basic OSHA certifications. And then they have 8-week, 12-week, or 6-month apprenticeship programs to get them different levels, whether it's electrical, whether it's plumbing. And then they'll also continue, they have a full 2-year apprenticeship program to get them contractor's licensing and everything, which they could carry on once they get out of jail. They also provide them with, as part of the program, they get a tool belt with all the essential tools, and they provide the connection between local contractors for job placement once they get out. And they will take job placement for people who went just through the 2-week safety program and get those as just general laborers on some of these construction sites. And then those who have went through the 8-week or 12-week, whatever level they are, they have connections here in the Central Valley to get them placements into those kind of jobs. And like the sheriff said, when he came in, he was passionate about the fact that we would have vocational training so these people would get out in a better condition than we received them. And we worked with information that we got from a lot of the community-based organizations on what are the biggest jobs in demand that will take somebody who has been through the criminal justice system and pay a livable wage. And what we had found was the biggest demands up here down the I-5 corridor was the logistical warehouse work, the truck driving, and construction. And so we went and kind of attacked all three of those fronts and have entered into contracts with all these people that have, unfortunately, before we've got all of them implemented, the COVID has hit, but we have plans in place, and then we have the connections to make all this stuff happen as soon as the restrictions are lifted.
All right, so now we'll move into the operation. Do we have a video?
No, this is straight to diverting canal.
Yeah?
Diverting canal cleanup.
Oh, diverting canal? Up first? Okay. So as I've mentioned, we've been out working with the community and the encampment response team, hitting some of the major homeless sites in our county to try and help with that. And as we talked about before, the first one we hit was the diverting canal. And so we interacted with about 150 people that were living from the diverting canal from Waterloo all the way to West Lane. And they were just hammering our businesses along Cherokee and Waterloo and everything like that. So we went in for 2 weeks ahead of time with members of the encampment response team and our own guys and offered services to 150 plus people. We finally went back 2 weeks later after we told them that we were going to show up on this date, and we showed up on that date, which I think kind of surprised them. And we gave them a little bit more time that morning, and we had our inmates on anything to help them move the stuff and keep the stuff they wanted to keep. And then we removed 78 tons plus of debris out of the diverting canal, cleaned it all up, got all kinds of waste out of there. And so what you're going to see on our little video, we did a flyover with our drone prior to the cleanup, and then you'll see afterwards. And it looks like we staged it, but we didn't. You'll see people riding their bikes down the diverting canal. It looks like a scene next to a park because it's cleaned up and it's safe now for them to be there. And our businesses along Cherokee and Waterloo are it's majorly impacted them in a positive way.
French camp clean. Okay.
And then we'll also, I guess it's part of the same video, we hit a place in French camp that I think several of you are aware of. Mr. Mark Cohen runs the Jewish cemetery out in French Camp, and I believe he's probably contacted your office and Supervisor Villapudwa's office, and it's been going on for years. There was an encampment on private property. That's it right there, what it looked like when we started. It was a property owned by a gentleman who had passed away. For years, people had tried to contact the family and ask them to do something about it, and they didn't want any part of it. They didn't live in the area, anything like that. And then Bill Hughes from my office said, hey, look, you're the public administrator. Let's take control of it and let's fix it. And so I hadn't thought of that angle. So we looked into that with the help of county council, made sure that we didn't have any big tanks or anything under the ground that made it difficult for us to get rid of this property. And when we found out we didn't, well, then we attacked it, and we used our inmates. And I'm so pleased to say that with Supervisor Villapudwa's help, it didn't cost us any money. We got the dumpsters donated, and we used our inmate work crews. And then the tire company, which I can't remember their name at this time, right down the street on El Dorado, they partnered with us because we had 640 tires at about anywhere from 15 to $25 it takes to get rid of these big truck tires and traffic regular car type tires that we needed to get rid of. They flew down one of their representatives from Oregon, the owner of the company, and he agreed to do it for free. So we got them all taken out of there, and you'll get to see the result of this. We had 7 cars, 3 motorcycles, 4 boats, 5 RVs, 3 trailers, all had to be removed out of there. And 29 tons of trash. We got dump passes from our own local dumps also. So it was amazing. And the neat caveat to this is at the end of it, when you'll see how we got it cleaned up or everything, as a public administrator, we put it up for sale, and we were hoping to recoup some costs, like $10,000 to $12,000. And we just closed the deal on $110,000 for this lot. So I am going back now to those generous people who donated the dumpsters and the tires, and I'm saying, hey, look, this money, you guys were nice enough to donate to us, but we now have money, and we'd like to pay you for your generosity. Please keep us in mind in the future when we don't have the money to do that, and they have been fantastic with us. So we're getting those bills together, and then, of course, any remaining money will go to the family that didn't want any part of this. So let's run that, and we'll let you
have the last one, which is the illegal gambling operation. And it'll be the video.
The ticket thing?
Correct.
Well, we have our comm cars. We're going to hit one more thing. We have our comm cars that are slowly getting back up to strength, and they kind of waffle sometimes because we're still shorthanded on patrol, so they're helping out there too. But they have been amazing at keeping these sites clean. As you'll see in the video, we have not given back any of the land we've taken. It is all still clean, as you will see in this video, to this date. It'll stay that way. And those are our comm cars in those areas who, when they start to see somebody move in, they get on them and start offering services and try and help them and let them know that that's not going to happen. They've even started finding in their areas these click it, I believe it's called, type of gambling establishments that are going into these buildings. They're illegal gambling, and they have been working fantastic at just really staying on top of these guys. Have made some huge busts with a lot of stuff confiscated. So just an amazing job. Another job that our community car, that you really don't think of them normally doing that type of impactful crime fighting. It's normally the stuff that you think where we stay in touch with our citizens and make sure that other type things don't pop up in the neighborhood, but they've been doing a fantastic job. So we've been hitting those too. So
video thing.
Let's try it. Try and get to this video. That's the Jewish cemetery across the street where that white trailer is. So this was the ground level, and just as we were attacking it that first morning. And again, the Jewish cemetery that was being destroyed by the homeless folks coming over there and using it as a bathroom and breaking in and trying to steal their sprinkler water and just devastating where they couldn't even come out and visit their loved ones. Everyone that lived in this area, there was about 8 or 10 of them. We went there ahead of time, offered them services, everything we could do to help them and give them a place to go. We moved in on the day before. Here's the diverting canal. That's Cherokee Lane right there. Those businesses off on the right. That they were cutting the fences and just devastating their businesses on a regular basis. And this video you're going to see at the end was our recruiting video, that you guys were so great to support us on our recruiting efforts. We couldn't have done it without your help, without our signing bonuses. And so we had a professional video done. And I'm happy to report that we have 20 to 30 new correctional officers in the chute, ready to get through our academy as we can get them through. And we're going to have 25 to 30 new DSTs, Deputy Sheriff trainees, by March, getting them into our academy, which is going to make a massive impact on our level of service for our community. Also, remember, these are all going to be here, I guess it's Tier 2 retirement, is what it is, the new retirement system, which means they'll be paying more in the retirement. We'll be helping fund that retirement and making it stronger by having more employees. So this has really paid off, your support of this hiring drive. So again, it's my honor to come here today and brag about the men and women that we have working at our department and the work that they do on a daily basis. It's funny, yesterday I received an email regarding one of the cleanups we did there across from the Jewish cemetery from from Mark Perrin, who is the overseer of that. And he said, Dear Sheriff Withrow and Bill Hughes, I was out at our family cemetery on Harlan Road in French Camp yesterday, and I took a long, deep breath when looking across the road at an empty squatters' encampment now clean as a whistle. I just had to reach out one final time to express my deep thanks and profound gratitude for all you accomplish on your behalf, on our behalf. And that's what's neat about all this, is each one of these things that we talked about here is changing people's lives, our citizens' lives, citizens who have made mistakes and come into our custody and want to get a change in life. And we're happy to partner with our partners here in the county and the encampment team and continue to do this and look forward to the change in our crime stats over the years, because giving people an opportunity to change their lives and break the cycle of them coming back into custody again. So, and I'd be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to thank Ms. Nino for her support. I came in here 2 years ago, kind of wide-eyed and looking for direction and any assistance, and you and your staff have been fantastic, and everything that we ever asked for, we tried to be good partners and be very mindful in what we asked for in general fund dollars and county dollars and the citizens' money, and you have helped us turn our department around and start to grow it and modernize it and be able to do programs like this, and so thank you, and we wish you the best over in Cocoa County. So if you have any questions, more than happy to answer.
Any questions from the board?
I just have a comment.
Go ahead.
Well, Sheriff, I'm really impressed with all the programs you got going for the inmates. It's going to help a lot in their future when they are released. You guys are doing a great job. And again, I want to thank you for the French camp deal. That was amazing. And a lot of compliments, and I tell them it's all because of our sheriff, our county council, who helped a lot. And you guys are doing a great job. Keep up the good work. And also the WARDU 99, amazing, absolutely amazing. Great job, guys.
Thank you. Supervisor Wynn?
Great presentation. Certainly great programs. Obviously, one of the programs is near and dear to my heart was community cars, so I'm glad you're starting to restaff over time. A quick question in regards to the programs at the jail, in regards to the tablets and the educational programs, et cetera. Do the inmates have an opportunity to, because, you know, our colleges, for example, and high schools are distance learning, they're online. Do the inmates have an opportunity to get either a high school diploma, GED, or a college degree? Because obviously they have the time and they have, I assume, the technology. So is that an opportunity for them to participate in?
Yes, definitely, Supervisor Wynn. We partner with the San Joaquin County Office of Education, and they provide a myriad of different educational classes out there, but including the GED program. And so we have hundreds of people who graduate every year through the GED program. Some of the attempts to reach out to us, like San Joaquin Delta College and stuff, for more of your college-based programs have been difficult because we're so transitional housing. 80% of our inmates are there for like 16 days or less. And so it's harder to do some of those long-term ones where the Office of Education, we could start some of it and then transition out, or the 20% that are there for their sentencing, we knock out a bunch of them there. But as for college, it's a little more difficult, but we do hit more of your basic high school education, your GED programs.
Well, oftentimes, they get into the life of crime because they don't have an education, they can't get a job, et cetera. So these are things that I think incentive. And I guess the other part of it is, I know programs, and I assume maybe that San Joaquin County has the same, that prior to an inmate's release, they set them up with either a driver's license or ID card, things that actually can allow them to enter the job market. And the other part of it is, I guess my question in regards to those type of programs, the construction program is fantastic, truck driving, forklift operator. Those are, we deal with that with the employee development, for example, in regards to, let's face it, our construction workers are in the Bay Area, Northern California after the fires. You try to do a job, the costs are through the roof because there is a limited amount of workers available, so that's an opportunity. But again, I guess my question would be, is there, and I obviously you've probably looked at this, but it would seem to me that those type of programs which really provide a return to society, that there would be some kind, and I'm assuming you have some type of credit program, good time or positive, where they get a reduction in their sentence. It would seem that some of those programs should offer some incentive for those who are maybe on the fence, that maybe don't really have the thought of going back. And by virtue of succeeding on whether it be a GED or seeing these trainer programs, because that's really, to have that certificate or have that GED or some type of education in hand, that's going to make it a lot easier for them to get back in the workforce. Otherwise, they're going to be back you're going to be revisiting your facility within 6 months. So anyway, I just throw that out from a standpoint that I know you're looking at things, but the more we can get inmates to be incentivized to improve themselves, like you say, when they return to society, as opposed to going back to the same old, habits.
Right. I agree with you 100%. I know our DEA does also. Those are decisions that are made not once they're at our facility. It's prior, during sentencing and things like that. They get their good time, work time, all assigned to them right away as they're already at our jail. But I know the DA's office is putting a lot of programs together to try to help people and give them alternatives to custody, not ending up. They get there originally, but once they're being sentenced, to incentivize them going into programs exactly like this on the outside. So we're doing what we can once we have this captive audience in front of us, as long as we have them, and then. But during the court process, the DA and the judges are forming new courts all the time to help people with drug and mental health issues and our veterans and things like that, to try and keep them from being in custody, but mandating them to go through programs. And then if they don't, they end up with us and we give them another shot at it. So, but you're absolutely right. Sometimes it's the old stick and carrot that we're always talking about. And unless they're forced into it or incentivized into some changing their behavior, sometimes they don't see the benefit until they're forced to.
Well, and also in working with Delta in the past, one of the things that we talked about with our high schools is providing college courses. So when they graduate with their high school diploma, they have a certain amount of college credits, which then entices them to continue on. It would seem for inmates, and you're right, Greg, in regards to the time that they're there, but even if they got a college course or credits or whatever, maybe that would motivate them, because a lot of times it's the fear of going. Well, gee, I'm not smart enough. Well, give a shot at it. What's there to lose in jail? I mean, and give them an opportunity to prove themselves.
Sure, and that's one of the things that tablet, we're open to all of it because we would rather they not return also, we're impacted enough, and so if we could help somebody and keep them from returning, we're open to any of the services coming in. One of the barriers that the tablets help break down is that, some of the people are intimidated by their lack of ability to read or embarrassed by it. And so some of these programs that we could offer, what they could do in the comfort of their own, cell without everybody else seeing it, is knocking down some of those barriers. And to address your other issue about incentives, that's one of the other things we're looking at is, there's a Penal Code 4019 allows for us to give up to 12 weeks in a 12-month period of additional credits for those who complete certain identified and certified programs. And so that's another avenue that we could help incentivize this, is to get those people to get through a program is, hey, you finish this and you're going to get out 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, or up to 12 weeks early. And so those are some of the things we're definitely looking at to implement in conjunction with this when we're able to get it up and running.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Patty, you have any questions for the sheriff?
I'm without a question. Just I want to compliment the sheriff and staff. I know that some instances there's enhancement, but more often than not, these are programs that you've and your team have instituted, answered the call of necessity and service to the community. And every one of these programs are just a resounding success and reflection of leadership and a great job done by staff. And all parties concerned. So I just want to compliment you. There's a lot of times people talk about things, even on the campaign trail, what they could do or will do, but you're bringing to fruition some definitive and impactful programs and actions right here in the county. So thank you. Great job to you and everyone in your department.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty.
Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. No questions. I'd just like to add my congratulations here on all of these successful programs that you're rolling out here at the Sheriff's Department, and the great things you're doing there in terms of programs for the inmates, because it does have a positive impact not only on the inmates themselves, but also on the people who have been affected by the actions of the inmates that got them in there. One thing I'm particularly happy to see is the community car program coming back. That's always been a popular program, and I'm looking forward to your being able to continue to bring that back and reinstate the community cars that had to be scaled back due to some prior staffing challenges there. But just want to encourage you to get those community car programs back in operation as soon as possible. Thanks for all the great work, Sheriff.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm hoping that in the future, I know right now that a lot of these inmate programs are sort of on hold because of COVID, but I'm hoping that you'll come back and you'll be able to track some of the actual employment that's secured by some of these folks after they get out. I would be really interested in seeing the statistics on that. I think it would really help us attract grant money and a whole lot of other positive things, potential other partners, by being able to demonstrate, well, we're not just teaching them things, we're actually helping them get employment and they're staying employed. I think that would be huge.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll definitely track that.
And the other thing, I want to thank you for the efforts on the diverting canal. I have some businesses that have been along there that have really struggled. They have invested a lot of money trying to protect their businesses, and they just were at their wits' end. And to not only get it cleaned up, but to have it stay safe and clean, it's just huge for these. And these are local people. These are local businesses. These aren't, big corporations. These are folks that have been running family businesses for decades here and this means a lot to them. So thank you for the efforts. We appreciate it. And thank you for working with the encampment response team, making sure that we go out in advance and as many people as possible that have reached that point in their lives where they're willing to come back inside and accept some help, that we extend that hand to them and we make sure they get connected. That's really important. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the update. It's great to hear some good news.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any board members that have a committee report for the board? If not, I'm going to ask County Council to announce our closed session items, and we're going to go into closed session.
The board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda. There may be an announcement following closed session.
Okay, so we will be back after closed session. Do we know for sure we'll be back?
We will be back. Whether or not we have an announcement
Okay.
we have to make, is to be determined.
Got it. Okay, then we will be back following closed session. Thank you.
Supervisors Patty and Elliott, I previously sent you an email with the attachment for closed session, and we will call you from closed session.
What time did you send that, Mark?
I sent it around between 9 and 10 this morning, sir.
Okay, I'll try to find that. Thank you.
All right, we are back from closed session. I'm going to ask County Council to please report out.
In the matter of the sale of surplus property located at the address 124 Sycamore Avenue in Manteca, California, the Board of Supervisors has unanimously authorized the General Services Director to accept the offer of $390,000 from the City of Manteca and authorize the General Services Director or designee to process and execute any administrative documentation, including a purchase and sale agreement necessary for the sale and disposition of the property.
Okay, thank you. We are adjourned then until Tuesday, January 5th next year at 9 a.m. in these chambers. Hope everybody has a wonderful holiday. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Yes.
you.